X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, geez. Let me know if my mic is too loud, like if it's blown out. I upped the volume a bit, and I figured that might help with my audio. I re-listened to a few of my streams, and it just seems like my audio is a little bit quiet, so I boosted it a little bit. Let me know if it needs to be cranked just a bit down. My volume's fine? Nice, nice. Perfect. Alrighty. Good to see you, everybody. Welcome. Hey there, Alex Wooten, War Penguin, how are you? Bruh.wmv, good to see ya. Professional Autist, how you doing? Perry Icefire, what's up? Patchy, good to see ya. Ride the Rails, welcome back. How you doing? Summer Star, how's your day going, Zan? Pretty good, pretty good. It's very pretty out today. Not a single cloud in the sky. It's like a very clear, sunny, blue day with no clouds. One of those kinds of days. It's really pretty outside. Yes, it is, Snowy Prince. Welcome. Good to have you here. What's up, Evil Rhoda? Murray Spare, what's up? Good to see you. Welcome. Astronaut Lad 172, how are you? Welcome here. Galaxy Bomb, good to see you. Val the Shark 69. Hey there, good to see you. It is so nice to see all of you. I bought a bird feeder with a suet and some discount bird seed today. Hell yeah, dude. The birds that go for the suet blocks are the giant, like, woodpeckers and big, colorful birds, you know, like the ones that you really want to see up close. The big, colorful ones. They love that because it's got so much protein and fat in it. I got a class in 3 hours, but I'm excited for the segments I'll be able to catch. Well, thank you for coming, Ride the Rails. Hopefully your class goes well. Yeah, we like the little colorful birds here. The LGBTQIA+ birds. What's on the docket today, Zan? Whoa! Spoilers? What do you mean? Spoilers. Just installed Space Marine 2 and tried to get a refund. Game is too buggy and servers are garbage. Ooh, that's not a ringing endorsement. They're turning the friggin' birds gay. The new glasses came in the mail today and my eyes are enjoying the view. Ah, you can see again, Coin Dog. I'm happy for you. Man, I'm sorry, Elements. Uninstalled. My bad. Yeah, birds are going woke. Government drones disguised as birds go woke. Because birds aren't real, as we all know. They're actually just government drones. We all know this. Everybody knows that birds aren't real. We all pretend like we think they are, but, you know, we all know they're not. I don't care if you've eaten chicken or whatever. It's just false memories. False memories, okay? Don't be an NPC. Think for yourselves, chat. Do your own research. That's legitimately how conservatives sound to me, like 90% of the time. I'm not gonna lie. Like, just that dumb exactly. Exactly that dumb. Yo! Big shoutouts to Panthera, who dropped a tier 2 sub last night after I ended stream. I didn't even see that. I'm so sorry I ended stream before I could respond to this one. I don't know if you're here right now, Panthera, but if you see the VOD, then shout out to you. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I assume it's just a 1-monther. Said, for the left's most underrated streamer. Fucking true, dude. Fucking true. True! Thank you for the tier 2 sub, though. I appreciate that a lot. That really means a lot. Thank you, thank you. And then just now, Pepper T21 with the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What a great dono to start off the stream with. Went ahead and just dropped nothing but a YouTube link, so let's see what this is. Professor X's last report. Or resort. Not report. Man, I must be tired today. I feel like I slept well. I mean, I got up a few times in the night to use the bathroom, but usually, like, if you just, like, sleep through really having to pee and you wake up having to pee really bad, you don't have a good sleep. But that if you actually wake up multiple times in the night to go use the bathroom, then by the time you, like, really wake up in the morning, you actually feel more well-rested. So I did, that's how my night was last night, and I woke up pretty well-rested, but I'm still stumbling over words sometimes. Man, maybe I do need, like, ADHD medication or something. Anyway, let's watch this.
This is the epic savior. Your X-Men won't be coming to save you now. Maybe so, but don't count me out just yet. You don't scare me, Xavier. Do you what? No, not this. Do anything but this. Don't make me relive this. That's what you mean relive. I believe you put me back in those damn concentration camps. How dare you use those memories against me? Oh, so those are yours? What do you mean? You just showed them to me. A few years ago, I just remember scanning that from somewhere and thinking, wow, that's heavy. Stuck that puppy in my pocket and just kept it in the reserves for emergencies like this. Wait, so you didn't just pull my memories of the Holocaust from my head. You just had that entire thing on standby? Pretty much. The fuck is wrong with you? You were trying to kill me! You've been using my memories of the Holocaust as a weapon! How many other people have you done this to? All right, I think I just need to calm down, take a breath. You made me relive the entirety of the Holocaust! Like I was actually there! Oh, how would you know that? Because I was actually there! Well, that's just an unfortunate coincidence. What coincidence, sir? My memory! All right, look, it worked, didn't it? Because you made me relive the Holocaust! Yeah, I feel like you're downplaying the effectiveness of this. Let me show you.
Xavier, the hell's going on in here?
Holocaust!
Ah, fucking Holocaust!
Hey, is everything
1941!
all right?
See, come on, it's pretty effective. You sick fuck, Charles.
Professor, is everything alright? What's going on?
Huh?
Oh, fuck.
For some reason, it's not working on you, Scott.
What, the Holocaust thing? No, it worked. I saw it.
You did?
Yeah.
That's it? That's all you gotta say?
What?
You're just brushing off someone implanting the entire experience of a Holocaust survivor in your brain?
Well, come on, man. I knew it wasn't real.
Oh, so we saw this you before?
Whoa, of course.
I didn't know you could do that.
What did you know was not real? The visions of the Holocaust?
No. you
Oh, I
know.
don't believe I do.
You know.
The Holocaust happened, you just saw it. You just experienced it.
Yeah, but you know, that wasn't real.
The vision or the Holocaust?
You know.
Nice group of friends you have there at Savior. Say uncle!
Well, this was a video, I think.
That is so very fucked and so very canon too. Thank you. I appreciate your your funny video dono, Pepper T21. Thank you. I appreciate it. Then Slashy, thank you for the $5 donation. How kind of you. How based. How pog. Thank you so much. Very based and pog. Helps a ton. Means a lot. Thank you, Slashy. Went ahead and dropped a YouTube link as well. What's this? Gaff from SMBC Theater.
Mr. President, one question. Please, right over here. Right over here, Mr. President.
All right, people, settle. No doubt you have questions about what my opponents are calling a drunken rant on national television, but which I call an impassioned plea for greater patriotism.
Mr. President.
JP.
Question. When you said drunk driving into the building and running over several children was, and I quote, totally fucking awesome, did you
Now,
mean
see,
that...
this is exactly what I'm talking about. That quote is taken way out of context.
Literally Trump.
I was making a point about how this nation has a problem with alcohol. It's awesome in the sense that it's so bad, it is a source of all. So bad that it affects even the president of these United States, who rose to that office from humble beginnings, daring to hope that the American dream was still alive. It was a symbol. I was breaking down barriers of children to show how we should break down barriers for children.
Mr. President, please.
John.
Yes, Mr. President, when you first stepped up to the podium, you said, and I quote, all the bitches in Congress can suck my dick.
Okay. Clearly, you're in the tank for my opponents. That quote is a million miles from context. First off, bitch is a term for dogs. Dogs like Old Yeller and Lassie. Should we just kill Lassie? Should we chop off Lassie's head and dance on her quivering torso?
Okay, but the suck my dick part...
Are we all anti-sex now? Did the 60s mean nothing? Yes. I was talking about sex. I favor Americans having pleasurable sexual experiences. Is that so wrong?
He's getting
Phrasing was
sweatier
taken
and
as a
sweatier as it
I
goes.
can't worry about all the special interests in Washington who spin everything I say. I make one joke and suddenly it's a sex thing.
You just said it was a sex thing.
What was my quote exactly?
Quote, yes, I was talking about sex.
Oh, and you just assumed that that sentence related to the preceding question and the sentences before and after it.
Yes?
How journalism has fallen in this country.
That's a great point. That's a great point right there. That is. This predates Trump apparently by by a few years. It predates Trump running for president. But man, it's pretty accurate. That is how he do. That is indeed how he do. Thank you so much for the $5, Slashy. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you, and means a lot. You help a ton. Thank you. And everybody else, if you're enjoying the stream, it would mean a ton if you guys just simply left a like. If you don't know, on YouTube, if you hit that thumbs up button, which is totally free, by the way, it actually forces YouTube to push my content out in the algorithm to more people, and it helps the channel a lot. So I really do appreciate it to every single person who does that. Thank you. And if you really want to go the extra mile and help me out, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. But thank you for being here, even if you're just lurking, because I know some of you watching right now, you don't even say anything. You just hang out and you lurk. You're like listening right now while you play a video game or something, and you just listen. And I appreciate you too. How are you, Zan? I'm doing pretty good, Leftist Skater 420. It's a beautiful day today. Got my window open right now and the blinds up so I can see outside. It's so pretty out. Yeah, my merch is top tier. It is very good. Streamlabs has done a good service by providing, I guess, a store for it and production of it. Lurkers gotta donate? Well, they can if they please. I would appreciate it if they would, but they don't have to. You can donate if you want to, but not if you don't want to. Especially if you can't afford to. Alright. I am prepping up the next segment right now. Our first segment of the day. And it's a little bit of an interesting one because it's related to something that I do talk about frequently, which is politics and, you know, police overstepping the bounds of their power. But it involves somebody who's in a realm of everything, entertainment, sports and whatnot, something that I'm not really tapped into. So it's going to be an interesting crossover. I imagine you guys can already predict what I'm going to be covering here. Zan is the CEO of Ohio. Oh god, Patchy, do you have brain rot? What's going on? Why are you Ohio posting right now? What happened? Anyway. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... action. Alright, guys. So, I'm not really tapped into the realm of sports, but this is still a really big story regardless. Even if you're not, you know, into, I believe it's football, it's still something you should be paying attention to because it's such a glaring example of how racial bias in our criminal justice system, and in policing in particular, is still extremely rampant, and how no matter how much you follow the law, no matter how wealthy you are, no matter how many things you can have going for you that could provide you privileges, there is still racism out there, and that can oftentimes be inescapable. And this is an amazing, or no matter how famous you are, as well, good point, War Penguin. This is a really good example of that. So, Tyreek Hill plays for the, I believe it's Miami Dolphins? He's a fellow Florida boy. I am also from Florida. Florida man. And so he was leaving a game. I believe it was I forget what's the name of the stadium in Miami? It's like the Hard Rock Stadium. Is that the one? It was the Hard Rock Stadium, I think. Yeah, he was leaving the Hard Rock Stadium and he committed the sometimes the horrific crime, sometimes punishable by death, of driving while black. And he was pulled over, he was handcuffed, and mistreated and unconstitutionally treated by a clearly racially profiling cop that was abusing his power. Now, this became really big news, and a bunch of stuff has come out about it, particularly about the officer who arrested him. The officer in Tyreek Hill's detainment had 6 suspensions, numerous reprimands, records show. I want you guys to think for just a second about the fact that the guys who we give guns and the power to make people do things and the discretion to uphold the law can be reprimanded like a dozen times, basically, a half dozen or more times, and continue doing their job and repeat the action again, and there has to be massive media outrage for anything to be done about it. Very cringe. Miami-Dade officer Danny Torres is on administrative duty pending an internal investigation into the September 8th incident with the Dolphins wide receiver. The Florida officer investigated over Miami Dolphins star Tyreek Hill's traffic stop and detainment had been suspended 6 times previous to their encounter, received several written reprimands, and was at the center of numerous complaints, according to his employee profile. I can't wait for when we find out, like, he also beat his wife, too, and, like, he just, like, we're gonna find out this guy was just a real piece of shit. The literal iconic, like, picture of a Florida cop, by the way. Like, cops have a bad reputation. Florida cops the worst. Like, the decent people who are Florida cops are like a needle in a haystack. They exist. Don't get me wrong, but man, like, I'm talking about separate from the cop side of things. A lot of cops in Florida tend to just be shitty people even outside of the being cops. They're just shitty people who also got themselves a badge and a gun. The Florida officer investigated over Miami Dolphins star Tyreek Hill's traffic stop and detainment had been suspended 6 times previous to their encounter, received several written reprimands, and was at the center of numerous complaints, according to his employee profile. The Miami-Dade Police Department released the employee profile of Officer Danny Torres, showing he was suspended for as many as 50 days between 2014 to 2019. I hope we get to find out why. I hope we get to find out why, dude. Hill has said the only reason he thinks he's alive is because of his fame. Yeah, like I said before, the crime of driving while black can sometimes be punishable by death. It oftentimes, not oftentimes, but often enough that it is a meme, can be punishable by death. You get a jumpy enough cop, and there might not be anything you can do to keep yourself from getting shot. The term for what happened to him is called driving while black, by the way. That's like it's existed on the internet for like 15 or something years now. For when a cop just pulls you over for no reason, you know, and you just happen to be black, you know, that's a thing. The first suspension was for 5 days in February 2014, the records show. He received 3 more 5-day suspensions in 2016, 1 in February and 2 in September. In October 2018, he received a 20-day suspension and 10 days in June of the following year. Records also show that Torres, a 27-year-old veteran, received 4 written reprimands between March 1999 and September 2020. That's, to be fair, that's my, like, up until 2020 was my entire life. But so he's been a cop for a long time. Like, this was an old guy, or at least someone who's been doing policing since he was a young man. Oh no, he's 27-year veteran. Yeah, he's an old guy and he's been doing this for a long time. It would make sense you might have some blemishes on your record after that long, but still, like, holy shit. This is clearly not somebody who just does their best and happen to have made some mistakes in their 10 years as a cop. Imagine someone like this can go 27 years, not necessarily unimpeded as a cop, but impeded enough that it's like, okay, so they knew he was a problem and did nothing substantive to deal with it. They just kept giving him his gun and badge back. Oh my god. The employee profile does not provide details on what led to the suspension or written reprimands. Oh, we don't get to know. Oh, Peepo's sad. The police department did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Saturday. Torres is currently on administrative duty, pending an internal investigation into the September 8th incident with Hill. Miami-Dade County Chief of Public Safety James Reyes said the actions in the body camera footage released by the department were deeply concerning and clearly do not meet the standard we expect from law enforcement. Hill has said he thinks Torres should be fired. True, he should be. Yeah, no, that's complete. Do I have to watch the Subway ad before the news bit? I guess I do. All right, we've got 30 seconds to kill while this Subway ad plays. Should I just play the audio?
Any sub, any size.
Wait,
I'll just let it play.
What? 20% off any sub, any size?
Yep, for a limited time, get 20% off any foot long or 20%
Did you guys hear
off
that?
any 6-inch when you order in the app. Get 20%.
I could low key go for a meatball right now. Ads are not copyrighted.
Sub at Subway while the deal is still on. Enjoy an MVP rewards for even more great deals.
I'm getting arrested.
Thank you, Subway ad. Okay, now we can watch the body cam footage of the innocent man being harassed by the police because of his race. Nice. Thank you, Subway.
I'm getting arrested.
Miami-Dade police releasing new body camera video that shows what happened Sunday when officers pulled NFL star Tyreek Hill from his vehicle, shoved him to the ground, and put him in handcuffs, not far from the stadium.
So, you want to know something, guys? You can just tell from the shot we see of it there. I don't know cars, but that looks like a nice car, and judging by the fact he's famous, he probably drives a pretty nice car, and the cops probably recognize that. How much you want to bet that these cops racially profiled him, saw that he had a really nice car, saw a black guy was driving that really nice car, and then decided to pull him over because it's suspicious, quote unquote. They took it as probable cause to pull him over and to give him a hard time. Because they couldn't conceptualize why there was a black man driving a really nice car. I guarantee you that's what was going through those racist cops' heads. Guarantee it. Because it's not like if a cop was, like, that's a brand new nice car. Like, there's no justification or probable cause by the looks of it for them to even, over $150,000 car, yeah. So there's no reason, not even a dented or busted light, that could justify the cop having pulled him over in the first place. It was because he had a nice car and the cop thought it was weird and suspicious that a black guy was driving it. 100%. 100%. And I guarantee you, by the way, a little bit of insecurity. Because then on the other side of things, you want to know what I bet the cop was thinking? The cop was probably thinking, even if that guy didn't steal the car, he makes so much more money than me. You know what I mean? Like, if he's driving that $150,000 car, he makes so much more money than me, or he stole it. So, like, unequivocally, there was some internal, personal motivations behind why they stopped him. They were not following police protocol.
It went from 0 to 60 immediately, man.
The Miami Dolphins wide receiver sitting down with NBC News, along with his wife, speaking out on the incident that started when he was pulled over on Sunday.
You're speeding. Don't knock on my window like that.
Why you have it up? I have to knock to let you know I'm here. That way you can lower it and talk to you.
Just get my ticket, bro, so I can go. I'm finna be late, gang. Do what you gotta do.
In the video, you can see Hill roll up his window. He's ordered to lower it again before the situation quickly escalates.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now.
The seat go down.
So something you'll find out is pretty, I wouldn't say it's unique of American cops, but in the West, it's something you don't, a lot of Europeans, Canadians, etc., they see the way that American cops handle situations like this, and they're like, Jesus. If you, in a way that isn't even violent or threatening, give cops a hard time in America, there's a good chance that's going to lead to you in handcuffs getting dragged into the cop car and arrested. Even if it's just mouthing off and being a little rude, but still, like, being compliant. Or being non-compliant in a way that isn't... And you might end up dead, true, you might end up dead. And so even though he's not doing anything illegal, he's acting, like, annoyed that the cops are clearly racially profiling him and he's done nothing wrong. That alone, just the being annoyed with them, and recognizing and not putting up with them abusing their power will set cops off to go even further abusing their power. And I'm wondering if he knew that he could do this and, he said his fame kept him from getting killed. I'm wondering if he was like, okay, I'm going to know my rights and I'm not going to do what this cop demands that I do unconstitutionally. And if he ends up brutalizing me, well, I'm really fucking famous. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how that ends up going. I wonder if that's what he was thinking. It would make sense if it was.
So it's almost like you got to push up to get out. You know what I'm saying?
When we tell you to do something, you do it.
That officer, obviously he was having either a bad day or he just wanted to have a power trip over me.
Miami-Dade police have ordered an internal affairs investigation and placed one officer on administrative duties, but did not ID them. Hours later, Hill...
Wasn't he speeding? And I haven't heard anything about him speeding, but regardless, the first reaction he gives the cops is just average football guy. They think they're above the law and their money lets them just pay the law away. Their coaches let them do anything. There's definitely some truth to that. Like, don't get me wrong, he was definitely being mouthy with the police, but if you're American, it seems super normal that, like, the cops will just, like, arrest you and for mouthing off to them. But that shouldn't be normal. The cops shouldn't be so ego-inflated that insulting them is a crime. You should be allowed to say, hey, fuck you, as you pass a cop and go about your day, and they're not allowed to, like, brutalize you and arrest you and create a situation where you resist arrest out of it. You know, like, that's normal for American cops, but that shouldn't be what they're allowed to do. And Americans have had that normalized and think, like, oh, well, okay, justified police brutality here because he mouthed off to the cops. It's like, well, no. Like, speeding shouldn't get you arrested. I don't think he was speeding significantly. Correct me if I'm wrong. If he was going, like, 40 miles or something more above the speed limit, then okay, he might have been putting people in danger. But they didn't stop him there, like, to arrest him. Like, the cops had the discretion to take it that far, and they got their feelings hurt, and so they decided to pin him to the ground and cuff him. They went over the top. This was unnecessary.
Scored an 80-yard touchdown in the Dolphins' season-opening win.
Oh, he's a ghost!
Celebrating like this after the TD with a mock handcuffing on the field.
What message were you hoping to send with that celebration?
Like I said, man, you got to learn how to laugh and, like, have a good time, man.
Some of Hill's teammates stopped to help. One of them, defensive lineman Calais Campbell, was also temporarily detained.
I'm mewing.
Hill believes the incident could have ended differently if he were not a superstar athlete.
Worst case scenario would have been shot, or either you would have been locked up.
The Dolphins have called the police officers' actions towards players, quote, overly aggressive and violent. A representative for the union that is representing the officer on administrative duties says that Hill was, quote, very uncooperative, and that led to his being, quote, redirected to the ground. The union adding the officer who was put on
His redirecting to the ground. Very careful wording they use in these statements, by the way. Yeah, like, to be clear, for the sake of not getting yourself roughed up by the police, you should really just do everything they ask and not argue and be polite. But to be very clear, if the cops do this to you because you simply mouthed off, they are abusing their power, but they get away with it. Don't think that just because they're not allowed to do something that you're going to be able to get justice if they do it to you. Chances are they're going to get away with it, or at the worst, they're going to get paid administrative leave. So, he's famous. This went well for him, and that's good for him. But for God's sakes, don't risk it. I won't recommend that you risk it, okay? Just get yourself out of any interaction with a cop alive and unarrested. Be polite. Just do whatever they want, you know? If they pull you over, they want to give you a ticket, or they just want to, like, talk to you or something. I don't know. Like, don't get yourself in deeper shit by hurting a cop's ego, because believe me, they'll ruin your life because you bruised their ego. American cops, plenty of them, are absolutely that fragile. The Miami Dolphins wide receiver, 30 years old, previously told NBC News that if he weren't a famous football player, he believes officers might have shot or arrested him. Torres was involved in several complaints while at the department, many of which were cleared. 8 of the allegations, however, are listed as sustained and include unbecoming conduct violations, improper use of force, and improper use of his body camera. Ooh. There's no excuse for cops to fuck up when it comes to using their body camera. The body camera, the cops should never, ever be against body cameras for any good reason, and they should never turn off their body camera in a situation for any good reason. Oh, hold on. To be fair, apparently Tyreek Hill is very famous for, like, being fast, so there's a good chance that some rumor about him speeding came from that. Yeah, he's in a supercar that can go really fast, but I have not heard nothing here is reporting that he was speeding, and that's why he was pulled over. And on top of that, like, it would make sense if that led to the rumor that he was speeding, because people associate him with being fast. It would be like saying Sonic got pulled over for speeding. People would be like, oh yeah, sounds right to me. So careful. I haven't seen that reported anywhere reputable. I've just heard that in chat. His nickname is the Cheetah? Yeah, it makes sense if he's super fast. They should call him Sonic. Also listed in the file are commendations Torres received, including skillful performance of duty, dedication to duty, and teamwork. His most recent commendation was in May 2023 for professionalism, dedication to duty, and special awards and recognition. The records show a glimpse into the history of the officer the Miami Dolphins said displayed overly aggressive and violent conduct toward players during an incident on September 8th, stemming from the Hill's detainment over allegations of careless driving and failure to wear a seatbelt. Ooh, okay, so he was careless driving and failed to wear a seatbelt. That's justification for pulling over, but not justification for pinning and putting into handcuffs, you know? Hill told NBC News that he was wearing his seatbelt and took it off as he was being pulled over. Okay. Okay. You know what'll really be the smoking gun? I know for a fact that the Hard Rock Stadium has a shitload of traffic cams around, so I'm sure they'll find the footage. There are plenty of security cameras on local businesses nearby, and plenty of traffic cameras they can pull from. Yeah, he was ripped from the car too. That's not justified even by the like insults or the rudeness he was treating the officers with. Like, it's just their bruised ego does not mean that is not a crime, you know? Body camera footage showed an officer knocking on the window of Hill's black 2018 McLaren and asking why he didn't have a seatbelt on. Hill rolled the window down and told the officer, "Don't knock on my window like that." At one point in the video, Hill, who was stopped near Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens ahead of the team's home opener, said he was running late and told the officer to just give him a ticket before rolling the window back up. Yeah, he definitely was like, just give me a ticket. I'm famous, you know, like, definitely not the best way to go about this kind of thing. Cop's still not justified, though. Sorry. The officer knocked on the window again, the video showed, and told the Dolphins wide receiver to keep it down. Hill responded by telling the officer not to tell him what to do. The situation escalated, and an officer was seen in the video grabbing Hill out of his car. He was placed face down on the pavement and handcuffed. Dolphins defensive lineman Calais Campbell and tight lead Jonu Smith were driving by, saw Hill being detained, and stopped to help, Hill said. Campbell ended up getting handcuffed. He said on ESPN's First Take that he was trying to defuse the situation and called one of the officers extreme. Okay, so they started handcuffing his friends that arrived on the scene to say, hey, calm down, what the hell, and try and defuse the situation. Ignacio Alvarez, an attorney for Torres, has said that the decision to place the officer on leave was premature and demanded his immediate reinstatement and a complete, thorough, and objective investigation. Alvarez did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Saturday. I will say I do agree with the call for a thorough investigation. That's not bad, but I mean, obviously the representing attorney for the cop is going to say something so generally agreeable as that, right? He's also a PR manager. You don't have in a situation like this, you don't speak to the media, your lawyer does. So they're not just your lawyer, they're basically your PR manager too when there's a big story like this. Yeah. I'd say this is one of the least extreme examples of racial bias in policing we've seen as of late, but it is still a pretty bad one, you know? And I feel it's a really good litmus test to show where people have had certain weird things that cops just are assumed to be allowed to do. We just let cops do that and don't see it as a problem, such as like, oh, if you're not perfectly polite to the cops, it might result in you either getting brutalized or arrested. That shouldn't be a thing. You should be allowed to be a little rude or annoyed with what's going on without the cop taking that as like some kind of bait to try and incriminate you. But yeah, for your own sakes, I recommend that you be polite to cops. I know it sucks. Grit your teeth and bear it. It is gonna be better for your own safety. Okay, don't argue or fight with the cops. It's not a good idea. I cannot stress this enough. I do not endorse that line of action. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, or you learned anything, or you enjoyed my coverage, found it funny or entertaining, consider dropping a like. It really means a ton and helps a lot no matter when, where, or what you're watching from me. In fact, every thumbs up you drop on my videos boosts my content in the algorithm, showing it to more new people and growing my channel even faster than before. So I really do appreciate it. Think of it like Death Stranding, where you drop likes on people's structures. It helps. It really does. Anyway, on top of that, if you want to support the channel, you can comment down below and subscribe and ring the bell icon so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And consider following my social medias linked down below in the description if you want to see more from me on other platforms. I've got my obviously my Discord server as well linked in the description. It's the main hub of my community. I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there. And on top of that, I announce all my new uploads and streams. So if you're there, you won't miss anything, even if YouTube bugs out and doesn't tell you I've gone live or uploaded. And don't forget, by the way, if you want to support me directly and help me keep a roof over my head and keep the lights on and whatnot, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support the stream, I really do appreciate it. You've been so kind, and have a good one. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it was a good starter. Good seggy? Nice. I'm glad you guys think so. Nice segs. Here, we got some donos to read. Thank you so much for the 2 donos, Pepper221. You're so kind. First one is a $5 dono, obviously from Pepper T21. Thank you, thank you. Simply sent a YouTube link. What's this? Banned German Ninja Turtles commercial. This goes crazy. That is an amazing pickle ad. Holy shit. I'd buy those, yeah. Like, holy crap, I'm sold. Why would they ban this? The top comment is, I didn't look for this video. This video found me. 24,000 likes on that comment. That's amazing. Good God. Yeah, I like that video. That's funny. Imagine banning Peak. Wow. Real. Oh no, Circuit Dog. I'm sorry. I hope you're able to get a new power supply for your electrolysis machine. I'm really sorry about that. Sounds like an expensive replacement. That sucks. I feel bad. I'm sorry. Yo, Pepper221, thank you for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. How kind of you. Thank you, thank you. It means a ton. Said, Sonic speeding is a joke in one of the cartoons, as is Knuckles being well-versed in feminism. Sonic speeding is a joke in one of the cartoons, and Knuckles being versed in feminism. Okay, so this is a clip.
Not another speeding ticket. I'll fight it in court, but I don't think they're gonna accept gotta go fast as a medical condition. Not another...
That is actually pretty good. He gotta go fast, guys. What do you mean? Why you gotta hate? He's gotta go fast. Alright, everyone. Thank you for your support so far. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect all you guys' generosity. Thank you, guys. You guys are so supportive. Alrighty. Yo, chat, I'm curious. What's everyone drinking today? I'm just drinking water right now, but after my next segment, I think I'm going to go upstairs and grab myself a can of Monster to boost my energy. You know how I get towards the end of the day, you know, in the afternoon. I just get, I get drowsy, you know? That 4 p.m., 3 p.m. crash hits me. It's like it's worse at 5 p.m. Coffee, propel. I don't know what propel is. Water and then a bubbler. Mac and cheese, Coca-Cola. Purple haze, uranium. Gatorade. Water, freezing cold water, hell yeah. Sunset sarsaparilla. Agua. Fago. Salt water, what the fuck? Propel is the best water? I have no clue what that is. Coffee. Straight piss! Someone's drinking straight piss in my chat, guys. This is not okay. Not cool. Let me consult the scroll. Damn, this vape must be about to be out of juice. Because it's making me cough. Like drying up my throat. Alrighty. Actually, yeah. Come on. Come on. Ad blocker. Turn off. There we go. I could have sworn I had my ad blocker set to automatically turn off for, like, every news site. Oh, nope. Then there's the built-in ad blocker on my Opera GX. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, are you guys ready to see a story that is just funny to me? Elon Musk did a little bit of an oopsie. And you know it was an oopsie because he ended up taking it down. He deleted a tweet. And Elon Musk is way too dumb and prideful to delete tweets. So if he does that, you know that he's had to admit to himself it was a bad move. Oh, jeez. Okay, so as you guys probably already know, oh man, there's so much. We're coming off the foot of Elon Musk tweeting something that I feel he's still kind of on the high of. He tweeted at Taylor Swift, saying that if she endorses Trump, he promises to impregnate her and give her children. The way he words it is that he promises, as if it's some, like, amazing gift she would be getting. The way the media has covered it, and accurately, might I add, is that he threatened to impregnate her, which is, yeah, that is what he did. It was a threat, because that would not ever be wanted. Very divorced incel energy, right? And as you can imagine, the right, they were screaming from the rooftops, just support for this guy after that. They loved it because they're molding so hard about Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris. And after that, I guess Elon has been hoping he can strike while the iron is hot again. And he went ahead, and in response to the attempted assassination on Donald Trump yesterday, the second one, I should say, when the Doge designer Twitter account posted why they want to kill Donald Trump, Elon Musk quote tweeted, "And no one is even trying to assassinate Biden/Kamala?" Now, obviously, what he's actually trying to do here is suggest that it's Biden and Kamala Harris behind the assassination attempts on Trump, because no one is trying to kill them, but there have been multiple attempts on Trump. But the way this has been read by the media and by a lot of people, enough that Elon was forced to take the tweet down and delete it, is that he is upset that no one is trying to assassinate Biden and Kamala, which may very well be true, but he did not mean to let the mask slip there, to be clear. That was not an intentional mask slippage or euphemism. That was just him positing a conspiracy theory, one that plenty of conservatives have been pushing, which is that Kamala Harris and Biden are trying to get, Trump taken out. You would think if they were, they'd just tell, like, the Secret Service to stand down or something, right? You know, make the job a little easier? Maybe? I don't know. Anyway, this goes on, though. Elon Musk tries to explain himself, which is quite funny, because imagine being, like, epic Elon Musk, I don't care if I offend anyone, and then explaining your joke because people got offended or upset by it and called him out. He says, turns out that jokes are way less funny if people don't know the context and the delivery is in plain text. Well, one lesson I've learned is that just because I say something to a group and they laugh doesn't mean it's going to be all that hilarious as a post on X. I don't know why he's trying to say it was a joke about like, why no one is trying to go after, like, why aren't they going after Biden and Kamala? He was positing a conspiracy theory, not suggesting or lamenting that no one has gone after Biden and Kamala. So he's owning to the worst interpretation of what he posted and making an excuse for that worse interpretation instead of owning the less bad interpretation, I guess you could say, unless you think the conspiracy mongering is worse. I don't know. He's just not very smart. He's just not a very smart guy. I don't even know if he has the ability to deal with this type of adversity. Anyway, him walking it back is pretty funny to me. We actually have an article here that goes as follows. Elon Musk says a post he wrote and later deleted amid a firestorm of criticism on Sunday was meant as a joke. Reacting to the second attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the Tesla billionaire responded to a post asking why people want to kill the former president and, quote, no one else is trying to assassinate Biden/Kamala. Musk wrote, adding a thinking face emoji. The condemnation was swift. Grassroots political groups, Dems Might, called the post literally incitement. Conservative commentator Jonah Goldberg slammed Musk's take as appalling and indefensible, while former Representative Adam Kinzinger, Republican of Illinois, advised the billionaire to get help, adding that his tweet was unhinged and dangerous. Oh my God, even Republicans were calling him out. Every time you think this guy could not be more irresponsible, he outdoes himself, wrote David Axelrod, the former senior advisor to Barack Obama. What a dangerous, asinine thing to post. As the backlash raged, Musk replied to one user who'd encouraged him to delete and reword the post because people like misinterpreting your obvious intent. Fair enough, Musk wrote. Quote, I don't want to do what they have done, even in jest. After removing the offending post, Musk followed up with a couple more apparently attempting to justify his actions as an attempt at humor that went awry. Quote, well, one lesson I've learned is that just because I say something to a group and they laugh doesn't mean it's going to be all that hilarious as a post on X, Musk wrote. In another tweet, he added, turns out that jokes are way less funny if people don't know the context and the delivery is plain text. Musk has previously faced criticism for his interventions in the aftermath of political violence, after a hammer-wielding intruder attacked Paul Pelosi, the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, in their home in San Francisco on October 2022. Musk shared a link to an article that pushed a baseless conspiracy theory, claiming Paul had gotten into a fight with a male sex worker. Quote, there is a tiny possibility there might be more to this story than meets the eye, Musk claimed at the time. He later deleted the post, and according to his biographer, Walter Isaacson, privately described the episode as one of his dumbest mistakes. What I love about Elon is he's got such a big ego, he can't admit anytime he's made a mistake, or that he fucked up, or posted cringe, and he has to double and triple down and quadruple down publicly, but behind the scenes he'll admit he fucked up, and so someone will just leak that he's admitted he fucked up. And it just comes off as so fake. Like, everything about his personality, even the parts of his personality that are unlikable, might be fake. Like, he's just playing a character to appeal to massive losers who think that a billionaire is just like them. So he's either socially incompetent or he is inciting stochastic terrorism. I'm going to go with both. Well, I mean, he is definitely both, to be clear. That is a good evaluation of his character. But I think what his main goal there was to slyly suggest a conspiracy theory that because there hasn't been any attempts on, as far as we know, any attempts on Kamala or Biden, that they must be behind the attempts on Trump. Now, we're going to get into it a little more later in the stream, but from my understanding, the guy who tried to take down Trump yesterday at Mar-a-Lago was a disgruntled Republican ex-Trump supporter. Just like, by the way, the previous guy. Listen, lefties, progressives, and liberals may fucking despise Trump, but I don't think it's likely that anyone is ever going to take up arms against Trump from the left. It's far more likely that a conservative who feels betrayed by Trump's son-in-law being Jewish or whatever is going to be the one that goes and tries to take him out, you know? Like, that's obviously the more likely scenario. Let's be real, right? Think about it for a moment. How, invested emotionally, how parasocial they get to people like Trump, and how, frankly, entitled they are about Trump. They feel pretty entitled to him. So a lot of conservatives, when it came out that his son-in-law was Jewish, they were mad at him. That was a big thing that Trump had to tussle with through the mid part of his presidency. The shooter was apparently a Tulsi fan as well. Oh, man. Even more reason to show that Tulsi is just cringe. Fucking insane people in her fan base. This shooter guy sounds like he was tailor-made in a lab to discredit Dylan Burns. The shooter was? What did Dylan Burns say? To discredit him? What? What does that mean? Hit the mat? Dylan Burns is based. What do you mean? Because of how much he goes on about Ukraine? Oh, okay. Is he like super anti-Ukraine? That makes sense. Who is Tulsi? Oh my god. Nature is healing, guys. Oh my god. There are people here who don't even know. Who don't even know who Tulsi Gabbard is. Nature is healing, guys. Yeah. Oh, he's very pro-Ukraine, actually. He went to go fight? Ah, maybe he was mad because Trump wants to help Russia. That makes sense. Well, in that case... feels bad, man. Yeah, that's what I mean. Trying to discredit people who are pro-Ukraine. Ah, okay. I mean, one guy trying to shoot the ex-president because he's pro-Ukraine does not mean being pro-Ukraine is bad. Just like people posting cringe who are in support of Gaza does not mean you should be anti-Gaza liberation, right? Like, it's pretty straightforward stuff. He was also focused on protecting children, so he probably was mad about the Epstein connection. Ah, yeah, fair. I've wondered about that for a while, with how much the, kill groomers and pedos narrative has blown up so much. When one of the presidential candidates has verified connections to Epstein and allegations of rape by minors, when is someone who is actually fully sincere in their kill all pedos thing gonna go and try to do something to Trump, you know? Like, I guess that does make sense. Can't really be surprised that happened, I suppose. I think Ukraine was the tipping point for him. Maybe, Animal Bren. You might be right. Regardless, it's delusional to think that Biden or Kamala Harris would, send out an assassin to take out Donald Trump, but it would just be some dude. You know, some dude who would run as soon as the Secret Service starts shooting at him. The same goes to the original shooting, where it was just some guy who was posting Nazi shit and alt-right memes on Facebook and Twitter and whatnot before he went and did the shooting or attempted to take out Trump. I don't know. Lonerbox did a good breakdown of an hour worth of research into the guy and his tweets. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the guy's beliefs were, but I honestly... I don't think he was progressive considering he voted Republican and supported Trump. They have access to the best snipers in the world, but they'd pick randoms. Yeah, like, that's obviously not going to be how that goes if Biden or Kamala is trying to initiate an assassination on Trump. On top of that, you would think that the sitting administration would have more power over the Secret Service, who would be protecting Trump, right? You think they would make Trump a little, like, weaker, but Trump's security was higher than it's ever been. And now it's going to be even higher than it's ever been after this. His politics were all over the place. That does oftentimes end up being the case with a lot of these people, where they have the most insane politics ever. Who remembers the guy, the Nazi who shot up the mall, specifically targeting minorities in the mall, who wrote a manifesto and like half of it was about race and the other half was like eco-terrorism. Like the other half was like brown people are producing the most pollution, so I must wipe them out to save the planet and the environment. It was like the most psychotic, unhinged, like all over the place politics you can imagine. People who are mentally ill enough to risk their life like this don't tend to be like mentally well enough to have coherent political positions. Yeah, like why would Kamala Harris want Trump dead? Like, she wants Trump alive to run against him so that like she can beat him. For all we know, if Trump dies, then the person who takes his place, who gets nominated by the Republican Party, is better than Trump and has a stronger chance of winning than Trump. Kamala Harris is winning right now in the projected polling and stuff. If Trump was in jail, he wouldn't be getting shot at, just saying. That's true. That's true. If Trump was in jail like he's supposed to be because he is a felon, he wouldn't be getting shot at. He would have nothing to worry about. You're not wrong. Good point. Very good point. Anyway, I feel here's a good place to wrap up this segment. This is mostly just about Elon Musk making a fool of himself, which I find very funny. He tried to spread a conspiracy theory and had to claim it was a joke and delete it and walk it back. Find that hilarious that he had to do it on his own platform. But if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon. It really helps the channel a ton. Every thumbs up, no matter when, where, or what you're watching from me, boosts my content in the algorithm and really means a lot when you guys do that. So thank you to everybody. God, I had to yawn. To everybody who does that, I really do appreciate it. And of course, consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description, and join my fan Discord if you haven't already. It's the main hub of my community, and of course, I host game events, call-in streams, watch parties there, and I also post all my announcements for when new uploads or streams go out there, so you won't miss anything if you remember the Discord. And if you want to support me directly, don't forget that you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. I'm mewing at you guys. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about me just mewing at the camera for like 10 straight seconds? I'm gonna do it again. You can't stop me from mewing. Is mewing the male duck face? Yes, it is actually exactly that. It is basically like that 2010s, early 2010s duck face thing, but for men. Absolutely. It is just that. Yo, Otto T, thank you for the the $2 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Really means a lot. Helps a ton. Said, check out a movie called The Beast of War. Interesting. Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you for the $2. It means a lot. Helps a ton. The brain rot has gotten to his brain. Brain rot. Just muse at you. Like, the whole stream is just me mewing at the camera. I'll do that one day. I should do that for, like, my Halloween stream. It's just, like, me dressed up as, like, the American Psycho, and I'm just mewing at the camera for the entire stream without saying a word. Just do that the entire time. Intense mewing intensifies. Indeed. Okay, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom and grab myself a Monster Energy, and I will be right back. So don't go anywhere. I got a lot of interesting stuff for us to cover, and so you better stick around. Stay tuned. BRB. I'll be back with a monster in like a minute. I forgot to unmute. My bad. I got myself a Nature Valley bar. These things are great. They're granola on top and then chocolate on the bottom. Little chocolate drizzle on the underside. Real nice. Gonna save that for if I get hungry later. And I got my monster. I have returned. God, that's yummy. White monster? Nah. That is normal monster. That's my favorite. Monster Energy is a satanic drink. Isn't that like a real thing from back in the day? A real conspiracy? Are you sponsored by Nature Valley? Dog, I fucking wish. Think I'm sponsored by Nature Valley? Like a big-ass company like that? I wish, dude. Jesus. Don't fucking tease me with the idea of a good time. Yummers. Alright. Alrighty. Don't get crumbs in your keyboard, it'll kill it. You can get crumbs in your keyboard, it won't kill it. You just gotta clean it out. You know you can take the keys off most keyboards and, like, really clean those things and put them back on, right? At least mine can do that. Alrighty. Let me check that topic off the list really fast. Boo, 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 boo. Man, what should I do next? I've got a good list of topics we could do. Okay, yeah, I mean, it kind of flows perfectly from that last segment. We'll go with the, we'll go with that one. Huzzah to the scroll! Indeed. Laptop keyboards are a huge pain in the ass to clean. Oh, yeah, if you use a laptop keyboard, that thing's not getting clean if you get crumbs in there, because it's part of your computer. But if you've got, like, a mechanical keyboard, you can just take the keys off and then clean it and, you know, put them back together, and you've got yourself, like, it seems like a brand new keyboard. Dang, no stun locks today. Zan is locked in. True. Also, chat's not saying things that distract me as much today. Normally, you guys would, like, try to get me stun locked on Tolkien shit, you know? And you know how that gets me. Although I will say, speaking of stun locks and Tolkien shit, I had this in my recommended, so I might as well play it for you guys. I showed this at the end of stream yesterday, but there weren't as many people here, so a lot of you did not see this. But this goes hard. Despite being AI generated, this unironically goes hard, and I listen to this regularly now. The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Rednecks official music video.
In the swamp shower where the trailers stand in line, Frodo's in the mud drinking homemade shine. Bilbo's on the porch telling tales all day long. Everything was quiet till the ring came along. Candle Frodo up on his mule named Joe, said the ring's trouble, we gotta hit the road. With the swamp behind and the mountains ahead, we're just good old boys doing what Gandalf said. Frodo's carrying the ring and it's dragging slow, but we're marching through the mud with a steady flow.
This actually kind of goes crazy.
Aragorn's a tracker hunting coons at night. Gimli swinging axes, but his aim ain't right. Legolas is prepping, shooting bugs off logs. Harwin's painting toenails, yelling at the dogs. Saruman's a neighbor's always causing grief, scheming in his tower like a backwoods thief. With the swamp behind and the mountains ahead, we're just
good old boys doing what Gandalf said.
Frodo's carrying the ring and it's dragging slow, but we're marching through the mud with a steady flow.
Is this AI, Lamau? No, actually, this is real. 100% real.
Frodo's feeling rough, that ring's getting mean. Sam's frying up catfish, keeping Frodo lean. Boromir's all tangled, lost in the dark. Galadriel's telling fortunes in the back of her yard. Gollum's that we're cousin we don't bring to town, but he's family, so we keep him around. With the swamp behind and the mountains ahead, we're just good old boys doing what Gandalf said. Frodo's carrying the ring and it's dragging slow, but we're marching through the mud with a steady flow.
Goes pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Why does this go so hard? The line, we're just good old boys doing what Gandalf said, goes crazy. Like, you cannot deny that line is not absolute heat. Every white person in this video looks like Zan. What the fuck? So I apparently look like Orlando Bloom, Viggo Mortensen, Elijah Wood, Ian McKellen, fucking, do I have to go through the entire cast? I look like Christopher Lee as well, apparently. I also look like Peter Jackson, because he appears in the cast of Lord of the Rings. I also look like Cate Blanchett, apparently. As well as Sean Astin. I also look like Andy Serkis, apparently, while simultaneously looking like the actor who plays Gimli, who I can't remember his name right now, and I feel bad. I also look like Butcher from The Boys' actor, because he's also in Lord of the Rings. What? I also look like Sean Bean, the other Sean, who plays Boromir. Xanderhall, are you surprised that you look like every celebrity combined? You're hot as fuck, dude. I'm very aware. Thank you. Anyway, Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Stop mewing, Zan. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Stop mewing! Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Said nothing but a YouTube link. I appreciate that. Let me go ahead and open this up. Whoa! Death Note, but it's brain rot. All right, I'm in. I'm in. Thank you, Pepper T21. Let me adjust my camera really fast so we're not, like, blaring white right now. Let's look at this. What do we got here? What do we got here? What do we got here? I am edging.
You're planning to join the Goon Squad when you graduate, and you've already got experience seeing as you've helped Beta's Riz a number of yachts in the past. Now you're showing interest in the Mr. Beast case. I'm impressed by your sauce and your sense of skibbity. If you promise not to tell anyone about this, I have important information concerning the Mr. Beast investigation I'd like to share with you.
Where is this coming from? And who is he? Is it safe to just mog him? But I wonder what he's yapping about.
I won't snitch, Pla. What's goody? I want to tell you, I'm edging.
What? There's no way. What's he talking about? If he really was edging, he'd never admit to it. I thought this guy had no aura, but this is pretty cringe. Stop. This isn't Riz. Don't act bitchless. On the off chance that he really is edging, I have to act like Master Ugoi's son, light-skinned Image, would act in this situation. There'd be no reason for him to suss me out. If you are who you say you are, then you have nothing but W Riz and alpha energy.
Thank you. The reason I chose to reveal my freak to you was because I think you could be of some help to us with the Mr. Beast investigation. Light-skinned Image. The likelihood that you are Jimmy is just under 5%. Even so, something tells me I'm not wrong to suss you out.
Okay. That was brain rot for sure. Please stop donating these videos to him, whoever is doing it. It's Pepper T21 most of the time. And hey, listen, if they're gonna donate those videos, I won't complain, alright? Listen, okay? But your boy's gotta keep the lights on. Your boy's gotta pay rent, right? You know, your boy's gotta buy food, or I'll starve. Dude, my streams would not be entertaining if I was hungry all the time, trust. Those dumb videos be keeping the lights on, folks. Be grateful. Anyway, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it, Pepper T21. Unlike these ingrates, who can't recognize a good thing when they see it. Is Kira gay? Well, I mean, like, Light Yagami's last name backwards is I'm a gay. You guys know that, right? You guys are aware of that reality. That is where that is the fact. That is canon. Do with that info what you will, but I think it's quite obvious what the show is trying to tell. Excuse me. I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking that would be kind of a silent burp, and it wasn't. It really wasn't. I'm sorry. Bro just burped in my ear. Yeah. Sorry about that. Would you guys just prefer if I, like, muted my mic when I have to let out a fucking monster of a burp like that? What do you mean? I'm drinking Monster. You know how it is. That carbonation will get you. Alrighty.
Well.
Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. So there has been some developments in the story of the attempted assassination on Trump that was thwarted yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. Now, when I covered this, it was still breaking news, and we didn't know a lot. We only knew the basics of the situation, where the shooter was, what they had, and that they had been caught. Now we have some actual information. We have more than a supposedly leaked name, which is all we had yesterday to go by when it comes to the shooter, and or would-be shooter, I should say. And we actually have some information. We can finally learn what this guy's deal was. I have not looked super deep into it myself yet, but I have heard some things from people in chat, and it seems like this guy was politically incoherent, but generally leaned right. But I'm interested to find out more. Let's see the let's see this clip. Apparently, Anderson Cooper is gonna give us the lore dump here.
I want to go to reporting from our Josh Campbell, who has been talking to his sources at the FBI and is learning that as we speak, Anderson, the investigation is now going global. What authorities are trying to do is try to understand a little bit more about this man who ended up on that near that golf course, 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Routh. According to Josh's sources, authorities are working to obtain search warrants on various social media accounts believed to be associated with him. Some of these images that you're looking at to your screen here, these are images that our investigative unit has been able—
Oh, shit. Yeah, so they totally— Okay, so yesterday, or I should say last night, when I was covering this story as it was developing, there was a supposed leak of the identity of the shooter, and the image of the guy who was supposedly the shooter was of like an old guy with like a goatee, like an old guy with gray hair and a goatee. And I was like, this is a supposed leak, but don't take this too seriously because this could be not real. Turns out it wasn't that guy. That Twitter poster who made that post that people were posting in chat, I think that Twitter post is wrong. I don't think this is him. Unless this is a older photo of him. It does look older. But this doesn't look like how he did in the photo. Though then again, he was in alt-right gear in his profile picture on Twitter, the account that was supposedly him that leaked last night. I don't know if it's the same guy. I don't know if it's the same guy as the supposed last night leak. We'll find out.
Some of these images that you're looking at to your screen here, these are images that our investigative unit has been able to cull from his various social media accounts that are available online.
It is the same guy, Ryan Wesley Routh. Okay, I remember his name. It is the exact same guy. Okay. Yeah, and here he looks a lot like the picture. Okay, so they did correctly leak who it was last night. All right, nice. I didn't accidentally spread leftist misinformation. Let's fucking go, guys.
The
Winning.
suspected online activity is also involving some of these platforms that are located outside of the United States. And what the FBI is also aware of are some of his online claims about foreign travel. And I want to zero in on something here, Anderson. The pictures that you're seeing come from a GoFundMe account. And on that account, Routh claims that he went to Kyiv in 2022. He was raising money to try to support his travel that appears to be completely done on his own. On that GoFundMe website site, he is encouraging others to join him. It is unofficial. He claims that he is staying with people aligned with the military, that he's donating military devices to some of the fighters in Ukraine. And our team is also gathering a little more of a background.
Man, this guy had some based politics and probably some cringe politics too. I obviously don't want to say this guy had based politics and then we find out. And he also went on to say that the Jews, it just goes on to some unhinged, anti-Semitic rant.
About where he comes from in the United States. We believe, according to public records searches, that he was splitting time between Hawaii and...
To be very clear, by the way, the types of people who are likely to become so radicalized that they're going to risk their life to potentially try and take out a presidential nominee or the president is probably so mentally unwell that their politics are incoherent. If I recall correctly, wasn't what's his name? God, how am I like brain farting on the guy's name? Lee Harvey Oswald. Wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald's politics just absolutely incoherent? Like, in his mind, his actions made sense to him, but if you look at, like, his actual beliefs, that, like, they don't really make sense being held by the same person. Like, the guy was just kind of wacky. That's probably the case here. I would not be surprised if this guy was just so out of it mentally that he isn't even able to hold a coherent political ideology. Oh, I am Andrew Jackson, and by the way, I think it's happening, like, next episode. I'm pretty sure, like, either season finale or next episode. We're getting the Celebrim banner. For sure. It's about to happen.
North Carolina, that in Hawaii, he was a self-employed affordable housing builder. He started in 2018 a company called Camp Box Honolulu, building some of those storage units and tiny houses, and that he had donated a structure to some homeless people. In North Carolina, though, we are getting through some of the federal campaign finance records, a donation of $100, more than $100 to Act Blue, which processes donations to Democratic campaigns. He had registered as an unaffiliated voter.
Oh shit! Is he okay? So he's unaffiliated, but he donated to Dems. Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh. Is there going to be civil war now? Are the Republicans finally going to have enough, and they're going to go and attack progressives for daring to once again try and take the life of their beloved Donald Trump? Is this it? Is this going to be the day of the rope, guys? Has it finally come? Are they finally going to resist? Are they finally going to do more than post dumb shit on Twitter? No, obviously not.
That is without...
On top of that, I don't think this is actually going to affect Trump's polling either, especially when you consider how the last assassination attempt went for his polling. Didn't really affect anything.
A party affiliation in 2012, but he had voted in the March 2024 Democratic primary. And it also shows, according to North Carolina public records, that he had a number of brushes with the law. In 2002, he had a weapon. He had been pulled over by police, and that he barricaded himself in a building. That is something that police did recently confirm after his arrest on Sunday, and that he had a number of according to public records, Anderson, that he had issues with the courts and failing to pay tax.
How did he own guns? Like, what? How did he own guns with such a spotty record? Jesus.
This is Anderson.
Coming off.
I guess
Thanks
Florida.
Very much more now on the breaking news. Tomorrow, the acting Secret Service director heads to Florida. Ronald Rowe got to the top job after the director resigned in July in a hail of criticism, you may remember, after the first assassination attempt on Trump in Pennsylvania.
How would he get them back to America, Scapegoat?
Daniel Bruner and Jonathan Wackrow. Daniel, it's interesting to see those pictures of this guy. I guess those were taken early on in Ukraine. As somebody who was in Ukraine for a couple of weeks at the start of the war in Lviv, you would see a whole bunch of folks coming there from the U.S. Some of them, had legit military training in the U.S. and were there believing in the cause. And
what's really interesting is that conservatives will use this as an excuse to say, oh, look, see, people on the left who support Ukraine are evil or whatever. All the while, how many times have American war veterans committed awful crimes? I mean, prisons are full of guys who are ex-military. So, there's that at least. The idea that a single person who has fought for a cause doing a thing that is seen as bad, then, somehow harming that cause in your perception is ridiculous. We don't apply this standard to plenty of things, including, the idea of the U.S. military. Anyway, wait, no way. Someone in chat over on YouTube is trying to claim Bad Empanada has been arrested. We have to look into that, because it would be very funny if he was, but I don't know if I believe it. That's too funny to be true.
Wanting to help and volunteer where they could or train others. And then you'd also see just some folks who kind of washed ashore there with, running from something or just seeing this as some kind of opportunity to jumpstart their life. And so I'm curious to learn more about what this person was actually doing. You know, was he one of those people who just kind of got attracted to that and went? Did he actually have, was he actually, you know, contributing in some way? There's certainly still a lot.
Something that's worth bringing up as well is that this Ryan Wesley Ruth guy, it was leaked that this was the dude last night, and the post that had leaked that this was the guy that came out last night also included a bunch of posts that were like him posting anti-vax stuff. He was an anti-vaxxer, I'm pretty sure. And another one was like very explicitly conservative. I don't remember what he had said, but it was another like conservative value. So it's very clear he's not a Democrat or a progressive. There's a reason why he's unaffiliated and he's not registered to vote Dem or Republican. Like I said before, politically incoherent.
Know about this person?
There's a lot that's going to be looked at. The digital evidence that this individual left behind is clearly tremendous. We're going to be looking at all the CCTV, all his social media, and they're going to be looking back a number of years because obviously he's had an extensive social media presence going back to before the war in Ukraine. So they're going to be looking all the way back before that. They're going to look at what his motivations were for going to Ukraine, and then was he affected in Ukraine? Did that motivation come to the United States? And then as a processing during the course of the investigation, that'll all be analyzed, that'll all be looked at, and to look for other mitigating factors that could have sent this individual down that road to, you know, to prepare for this attack, and understanding what the motivation was going on as far back as pre-war Ukraine.
And Julia, the fact that he had, allegedly had a GoPro that he was going to be using to document
he was going full.
If
he was going full GoPro Ukraine combat footage with it. If you're on Reddit, you know what I'm talking about. There are tons of soldiers in Ukraine and volunteer soldiers as well that record literal battle as they are in battle on a GoPro and upload that shit on YouTube. One of the best channels for it, very entertaining stuff, is CivDiv, CIVDIV, with a space in between those two words. Pretty good channel. The guy himself was volunteer fighter in Ukraine. A lot of his friends are still fighting in Ukraine, and so they send him their combat footage for him to upload. And so a lot of it is him, a lot of it is other people. One of the videos, I think I've shown it on stream before, is a group of volunteer fighters and Ukrainian soldiers fragging an entire Russian Spetsnaz squad with a grenade through a window. And like after he throws the grenade in, you hear it pop and the Russians inside going, "Ah!" You just hear the Ukrainian soldier pick up his AR and pull back the bolt and let it go, or the charging handle, let it go, and he says something along the lines of those fucking retards. It was so goddamn funny. They actually have a sense of humor in those videos. It's surprising, but I guess you have to in a situation like that.
He was pulling the trigger, or showing downrange what happened when he pulled the trigger. I mean, that indicates certainly a desire to broadcast, whether in real time.
Dude, in the original photo they showed of this guy's like little sniper nest, it was incomprehensible. Now I can see the actual like the gun. Okay, yeah, that's definitely, I can see why it looks the way it does, because it's like angled in a weird way, the way it's like leaned up against the fence and laying on the stock. Oh my god, I have to burp so bad.
Desire to broadcast, whether in real time or later, what was going to be done.
Right, that's exactly right. In we've seen it in mass shooting cases. We've seen them in terrorism cases. The performative nature of the violence, and so it's not enough just to kill or assassinate a former president. It is you.
And it would have been really like cringe for him to like have succeeded as well. Because think about it. Like, imagine if the shooter succeeded in taking down Trump at that rally. Trump would have died in front of an adoring crowd of fans, which is like his favorite thing. In this case, he would have died playing golf, another one of his favorite things. That just feels like too unpoetic of an ending for Trump, you know? Like, he'd be doing something he loves. It wouldn't really be that karmic, you know? I want to see him lose the election and cry and bitch and moan about it. I want to see him get charged more for more of his crimes and end up serving time, you know? And I want to see him, like, just wither away of old age. Irrelevant and sad and defeated politically. Made a pariah and a laughingstock.
You've got to document it, and we don't know if he wanted to live stream it. We don't know what he was intending to do with it, but we can, I think, rationally deduce that part of it was the amplification of the violence itself. He lived very online. He was very vocal. We see all of these pictures, and so that is something that suggests to me that this was well planned out over time, and we just don't know what sort of triggered it in the last couple of weeks or months.
And Jonathan, if this was a last minute, schedule, put it on the schedule, go play golf, that also raises questions about, how he knew about it.
No, it actually does raise questions again. But when we start looking at this individual, it is not normal for someone to wake up and decide I'm going to go shoot the former president, right? The investigators right now are looking at the pathway to violence, his grievances, his violent ideations, his pre-attack planning. All of this will come out through the investigation, to include how did he know that the president was going to be there on that day?
Well, I want to go to reporting from our Josh.
This is it looped itself. Anyway, yeah, interesting. Did the guy die? No, he was actually arrested. He's not dead. I believe he's still entirely alive. Okay, interesting. Do we have any more updates? Has Trump spoken since this? You'd think he would have immediately, as soon as he possibly can, right? Briefing on Trump assassination attempt.
That is what's at stake this November. Not just one.
Yeah, this is Georgia Republican Governor Kemp speaking at a conservative Faith and Freedom Coalition event, no doubt using this whole situation as an attempt to rile up evangelical followers of Trump into, more fervent support.
One policy, not just one law. Kamala Harris wants to take our country farther away from its founding principles. More government, higher taxes, runaway spending, a weak America abroad, and American...
A weak America abroad. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. When in reality, Donald Trump's economic plan will result in 20% increases, it's thought by most economists, in prices for tons of products Americans consume. It would cause significant inflation on certain products, and it would just suck. Donald Trump, that was literally just all projection, funnily enough. Anyway, what else do we know about this shooter? What else do we know? Has anything further been released? Suspected gunman said he was willing to fight and die in Ukraine. Well, I mean, yeah, he went and volunteered there. Ryan Wesley Ruth, 58, told the New York Times in 2023 that he had traveled to Ukraine and wanted to recruit Afghan soldiers to fight there. What? I mean, maybe. I guess that would kind of make sense. Russia and Afghanistan have a history that goes back a bit of a ways. I suppose there could be some justification there, some motivation, but I think Afghanistan has some other stuff going on right now. I think Afghan people have some things on their plate right now that are a little more important. Yeah, bro, I think was trying to be like Paul Atreides. What the hell? Good one, Wingo. You are not him, bro. Okay. We got live updates here. Okay, what we know so far. The FBI is investigating an apparent second attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump at his golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida yesterday. The suspect was taken into custody and identified as Ryan Wesley Ruth, who is 58 years old. He hid in the bushes and pointed a semi-automatic rifle with a scope at Trump, who was about 400 yards away, the officials said. That is a long shot, by the way. Even with a scope, that is a long shot. People were in my chat yesterday were like, oh, 400 yards, but he has a scope. But it's like, he's using a rifle that is not made for long range at 400 yards, dude. He wasn't going to hit the shot. I'm going to be real with you guys. Even if he got the chance to fire, he wasn't going to hit shit. I get Trump's got a fat ass, so maybe, like, he's got, like, enough, he's a big enough target that maybe he would get got. But I don't think this dude would have hit. I don't think this dude would have hit. With an AK-style rifle, even with a scope, but at 400 yards. Not even with Trump's fat ass. Yeah, Trump's large hitbox wouldn't matter in this situation. Court records show more than 100 criminal counts have been filed against Ruth in North Carolina. He has previously spoken about his efforts to recruit people to fight in support of Ukraine against Russia. I wonder if the stuff coming out about Russia is what did it. Maybe he was like a hyper-patriot or something and was like, no. Trump is in the pocket of an enemy nation and just decided he had to take things into his own hands or something. Biden spoke to Trump and conveyed his relief that the former president is safe. Of course he did, because Biden is a professional. President Biden spoke with the former president today and conveyed his relief that Donald Trump is safe, a White House official said. Biden doesn't actually mean it, by the way. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but Biden, like, staff and whatnot have said that behind the scenes, Biden has, like, nicknames for Trump. One of them that leaked was that Biden calls Trump behind the scenes a sick fuck. 100 yards is a long shot for a civilian IMO, and he was using a 60-plus-year-old Bubba SKS. Yeah, he was not going to hit those shots, dude. 400 yards is a long way, dude. Like 500 yards is a big deal with a rifle made for long-range shooting. Good God. The clouds, the sun and the clouds just going in and out, changing up my camera settings, fucking them up. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I had to glow for you guys there for a second. I just had to display to you my true form. Are you guys ready to see my true form, actually? I'll show you guys my true form if you really want to see it. Listen, I get it. It's hard to behold. It's hard to behold, but this is my true form. I usually have to repress this. Otherwise, it'll, burn people's retinas out. You're seeing it through video, so it's actually a little more tolerable. But if you were in real life looking at me right now, you would literally die. Yeah. My eyes! And then I level the lighting to how it actually is. There we go. Yeah, you have to manually adjust cameras to make it look like how it actually does IRL, unfortunately. And when the light changes constantly because it's through the window, it's annoying. Anyway, suspect did not fire his weapon, and Trump was never even in his line of sight. Oh, he was still setting up. Okay, that makes sense. If he was 400 yards away, I would, like, that guy would have to be an idiot to try and take the shot from there. Apparently, he was trying to get into position, and they caught him before he did. The suspect arrested in connection with an apparent assassination attempt on Donald Trump did not fire at the Secret Service agent who spotted a rifle in the tree line at the former president's Florida Golf Club, officials said today. During a news conference, Ronald Rowe, the agency's acting director, said that Trump was moving through the Fifth Fairway around 1:30 p.m. when a Secret Service agent engaged the suspect, Ryan Ruth. Trump was not in his line of sight at the time, Rose said. Trump was playing golf during an off-the-record movement that was not included on his public schedule, Rose said. I really am interested to find out, like, how the student knew he was there. There's got to be a way that's, like, publicly available to have known he was there, right? Like some, like, Twitter account that tracks his private jet or something. But how would that tell you he was there at Mar-a-Lago, or at the golf course? Not even Mar-a-Lago. The Trump campaign asked the Secret Service for increased security this morning after yesterday's second assassination attempt on the former president. Two sources familiar with the request tell NBC News. A spokesman for the Secret Service did not immediately respond to an NBC News request for comment. It is not clear how the Secret Service has responded to that request. Two other sources familiar with the Secret Service's security response said the agency has dramatically increased Trump's security since July 13th. One said the Secret Service is doing all it can to protect Trump while also preparing for the United Nations General Assembly next week and protecting President Joe Biden and other candidates in the 2024 presidential race. God, this must be such a stressful and, like, hectic time for the Secret Service, dude. We've got Kamala Harris, so they must be, like, constantly ready to, like, jump in front of a bullet for, because, you know, she's currently campaigning. They've got to protect Tim Walz, because he could potentially be a target of some crazy. They've got to protect Kamala Harris, or not Kamala, they got to protect Joe Biden as well. And then on top of that, they got to protect Trump and J.D. Vance, possibly the most, now that they've got 2 attempted assassinations against them. Jesus. I am not envious of the Secret Service right now. They're about to have a busy next few months. That is for sure. Probably a busy next 6 months when you consider how people are going to be acting after the election, regardless of the outcome, you know? There's going to be craziness and unrest regardless of how this goes. It's going to be a little crazy for a while. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment and you feel you learned anything or you were entertained or just enjoyed it at all, please consider dropping a like. Every thumbs up you leave on my content, no matter when, where, or what you're watching, really helps the channel a lot. It basically boosts my content in the algorithm, pushing it out to more new people who can become subs. In fact, if you haven't already, consider subscribing and ring the bell icon so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And if you haven't yet, and you want to see more from me, consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description, and join my fan Discord. It's the main hub of my community and fan base. It's totally free to join. And on top of that, I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there. And I announce all my new uploads and streams, so if you're a member, you won't miss anything, even if YouTube bugs. On top of that, if you're feeling like it and you can afford it, consider helping me keep the roof above my head and the lights on and the water flowing through my pipes or whatever. I don't know how else to describe it. Consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support the channel, thank you so much for watching, even if you're just lurking and you don't say anything. I appreciate it, and as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Nice seg so far? Hell yeah. We're a lot more locked in today. A lot less stun locks, I will say. Very nice. Which is kind of ideal because I've got a longer list of topics to cover today than usual. Not by a lot, but just a little longer than usual. Just a little longer. Oh. Praise the scroll. Oh, let me try to pop my back. Oh. Oh. Nice. I love doing that stretch. Just like rolling your shoulders forward. Stretches out like everything here. Bro's writing with a feather? It's with this pen. I got one that specifically looks like the kind of thing you would write in a scroll with. I love listening to your streams while playing Halo 3 ODST. Nice. Zan, have you ever fired a Desert Eagle? If so, how was it? No, I have not, unfortunately. I'm sad to say I've not fired even a handgun that is that powerful. Even close to that powerful. The most powerful handgun I've ever fired was a .45 revolver. And it was fun, but the type of revolver, like the model of it and the shape of it and its like build, did not agree with my hands very much, so it wasn't very comfortable to shoot. And I'm hoping that like based on the shape of the Desert Eagle, it looks like it's gonna fit in my hand really well, and it's gonna like I like guns that have that blocky kind of shape, you know. So I think it's gonna fit my hand well when I do shoot a Desert Eagle, and I think I'll be able to handle the recoil like well enough. Gun recoil is not as bad as you expect it to be. You know, like there's a reason. Like if the recoil was so bad, the gun wouldn't exist and no one would use it, right? Like any common gun does not have recoil that's so bad that you need to be afraid of it. That's a general rule that you can follow. Unless it's a shotgun. Don't give a shotgun to someone who's never shot a gun before. That's a bad idea. Don't have a shotgun be anyone's first time. You should probably have like a... I don't know. The first thing I shot was technically a pistol, but I would probably opt for like a light rifle or a carbine type thing. if I were to have someone shoot a gun for the first time, like something chambered in 9mm or even 22 LR, if we want to go even more soft. But I'd say 9mm rifle is fine enough, because it's like, it's going to feel like shooting a real gun. Because if you're shooting 22 LR, it feels like you're shooting an air rifle. Like, to be very clear, it's a good start if someone's really intimidated. Don't get me wrong, but I'm assuming like someone's hyped to shoot guns for the first time, but I want to make sure they know what to expect. I would start them off with like some 9mm carbine type thing, something they can shoulder and aim down some like long sights, have a bit of accuracy, very unlikely to have any mishaps because of the recoil, because it's so easy to control, but still has enough recoil that you get to learn some respect for what it's like, you know. Bolt-action rifles are top tier. Love me Mosins. Whenever I went to the range with Demon Mama back when we were friends, I got to shoot Doe's Mosin quite a few times, and that was very fun. I think Conyer might even have a Mosin. I might be mistaken, but at one point there were 2 Mosins there, and I shot them both. So, yeah, that's fun. Mosins are great. I haven't been to the range in years, and I've only ever shot pistols, not gonna lie. If and when I go to one again, I really want to try out a lever or bolt-action rifle. What I loved about shooting the Mosin is, for some reason, like the day before that I'd gone to the range to shoot it for the first time, I didn't know there would be one there. But I had watched a video on the shooting form that they used in the military to shoot Mosin Nagants. And so when it was time for me to shoot it for the first time, I sat down sideways and like used my legs and my bent arm as like the fucking I nested it in my bent arm, and I knew exactly how to use it just because I'd happened to see a guide on how they like used it in the military on YouTube Shorts like the day before, out of complete coincidence. And I was like, damn, universe prepared me for this situation. I know exactly what to do here. My first shot's gonna be unusually accurate. Yeah, no Garand ping. I haven't shot a Garand before, sadly. I would love to shoot an M1 Garand and hear that nice ping IRL. I've never even heard the ping in real life. Sad to say. I need, like, more friends that shoot guns. You know, Connor Points has invited me. Next time I go to Florida, I gotta go to the range with Connor Points. He built a model. He basically 3D printed, from what I understand, the, like, the design and model for a bolter from Warhammer, and then put it around a bullpup shotgun, and made a little, like, 3D printed case to go around the shotgun to make it look like a bolter from Warhammer, and he said I could shoot it, so I want to shoot that thing. Make a leftist militia and give them a box of 200 Mosin Nagants. I mean, there was a time where you could go to the, like, a gun store or a pawn shop and get Mosins for like $200 or $300 each. Now they go for like $800. At least where I've seen them in stores, they go for like $800 now. But my uncle told me, yeah, I'd go into like pawn shops when I was like 18, and you could get these things for like $200 each. They'd have a bucket of them, a bucket of Mosins. And other bolt-action rifles, like chambered in like 7.62 and 5.56 and whatnot. It's like, damn, what a time to be alive. The Nazis show up waving Trump flags, and they will never expect a Mosin volley. Jesus. I'm sorry, guys, but the Mosin gets absolutely mogged by any modern gun, okay? Like, it takes, like, 3.5 seconds to chamber another round, and it has, like, an internal clip of, like, 7 or 8. I don't even remember. I think it's 7. I think you might be able to fit an extra in the chamber. It's not many. I don't care, Zan. Mosin is my favorite rifle. Yeah, Mosins are super expensive now. It's more cost-effective to get an $800 AR-15. Also, Mosin holds 5. Okay. Yeah, I knew it wasn't a lot. I knew it wasn't a lot. You have to, like, push the rounds in with your thumb from the top. And so, you like, much like loading a magazine, there's resistance the more you put in. So, frankly, I don't know how many the max is. I just assumed 5 was the most I could like strength, like muscle into the clip. And it is a clip. It is an internal clip when it comes to Mosins. I'm not misusing that term, by the way. Mosins do, in fact, use clips. Actually, it might be an internal magazine. I might be wrong. I know you can use a stripper clip with a Mosin to load it, but it might be an internal magazine, not an internal clip. I might actually be wrong. Let me know if I got that wrong. Zan, I'm working out right now. I look in the mirror and my chest is popping off, like my chest looks good. I'm getting big mostly on my right side because of the Erb's palsy on my left side. Still trying to work it, but it'll never be as big as my right. Oh, I'm sorry, TSW Shadow Wolf, but it sounds like we are making good progress. It's nice to hear. Poggers. Internal magazine's the correct term? Ah, my bad. God, my throat is dry. I need to drink some water. Soda does not help you with a dry throat at all. There we go. Gotta hydrate before I dihydrate. Zan, as I said in chat yesterday, I bought a Mosin, so now I'm gonna buy a PU scope for it and a Soviet sniper uniform from World War II, and LARP is a Soviet sniper. I love historical reenactment. I'm pretty sure the Mosin that I shot had, like, markings in it from, like, the like Soviet soldier who used it in World War II to kill Nazis. I'm pretty certain, like, a big part of what was neat about that gun was it had been used to kill Nazis by Soviet soldiers, so that goes pretty hard. Pretty based. Pretty poggers, to be completely honest with you. Goes pretty hard. Anyway, Cammy Whammy, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Said, link because someone complained. What is this? Super Mario 3 Masturbatory Madness, A Grand Day Out re-upload. What is this? Oh. On screen.
Masturbating, come on the wheel, and then I come on the dash, and then I come on the floor, and then I'm done. Then I'm done. Then I shit on the seats, splash open the tires, break all the glass, then forget where I am, take off the plates, bust out the lights, jump on the roof, and then I break into your house.
You can tell this video is like 16 years old, and people say that Gen Z and Gen Alpha are the ones who have brain rot. Okay, this is the shit millennials were watching on YouTube when they were, like, younger. When they were our age. My age, I guess. Like, in their early 20s and later teens. Like 18, 19, 20 area. Yeah, apparently Gen Z is the one with brain rot, though. Yeah, no, millennials absolutely have brain rot too. Everybody has their brain rot. My grandfather was in the Red Army, and before he died, he said he was in Stalingrad, and he had killed 19 Nazis with the Mosin Nagant M9130, so yes, I am damn patriotic for the USSR in only that regard. I don't like the USSR too much because of a lot of reasons, but the fact they killed Nazis was pretty based. Yeah, no, the fact they killed Nazis was pretty based. That was cool. Like, you can't really give them shit for that part of stuff, but, like... But a lot of the rest of it was bad, yeah. The USSR was not good, in general. They almost joined with the Nazis, but they did end up killing a whole lot of Nazis, so, you know, it's... Fuck Stalin, basically. Fuck Stalin, I think we can all agree on that, right? Everyone in chat, can we all agree fuck Stalin? He was a little bitch-made, little pussy-ass bitch, fake leftist, used Lenin and Marx's writings to create a state-sponsored form of fake socialism as a way of strong-arming and manipulating the people into backing his oligarchical rule. Yeah, fuck Stalin. Good. I'm glad to see we are all on the same page. Good to see. Awesome. Yeah, when you really think about it, Stalin was like the first lefty grifter when you think, like, really, like, utilized the narrative and rhetoric of leftism and leftist figures that were well respected that came before him to create a perverted form of what they stood for and utilize the populism that was like already in favor of it into just an awful worldview. When you think about it, Hasan really is just kind of following the footsteps of Stalin, those that came before him. Yeah, and Lenin wasn't even based to begin with, by the way. Marx is probably, I would say Marx, without a doubt, the most based mainstream leftist, like, thought figure. Well, Peter Kropotkin was pretty based. He was pretty based. He did a really good job of, I liked the idea of how he explained personal and private property. It seemed like his idea of eliminating capitalism was far less, like, I wouldn't say it was less radical. I feel like it was more well thought out. I might be wrong, though. Maybe I needed to read more Marx. But Kropotkin seemed like he had a little bit more of, like, a transitionary idea. Like, a little more reformist of an idea of the current, well, not even current system, of our current system. Marx was based and Lenin and Stalin ruined him? Yes. I mean, to be clear, Lenin ruined him first, and then Stalin was so bad that he made Lenin look better by comparison with how much he perverted Lenin and Marx's writings. Lenin and Marx's writings. But he created something, he created Marxist Leninism. That was Stalin's creation, and that is the state-sponsored fake socialism, fake communism that the USSR touted. And that is why, if you hear someone call themselves a Marxist-Leninist, you need to immediately run in the opposite direction and drop marbles behind you, like you're trying to stop someone from catching up to you in Mario Kart. Hakeem and Second Thought seething right now? They've been seething at me. What are you even talking about? None of this is new. I've always been dunking on and making... Oh my lord, I'm so sorry, chat. Excuse me. I've always been dunking on and making fun of tankies. I do it constantly, unapologetically. Do I lose subs and viewers when I do that? Sometimes. But did I want them here if that's the kind of thing that sets them off? Definitely not. Maybe TSW Shadow Wolf, though. I feel like Hasan has learned his lesson and recognizes that he really needs to drop the Russia apologia when it comes to Ukraine. He's walked most of it back, and I feel like he's been scared away from any more of that behavior in the regards to Russia, but I could be wrong. He might continue. The last thing he did, to be fair, was call Dylan Burns a war tourist pervert for criticizing his takes on Russia, Ukraine, and platforming Ukrainians to explain how Hasan's rhetoric makes them feel as people living in a country being invaded by Russia. And Hasan's response was he's not going to watch the video because, and I quote, he thinks that Dylan is a war tourist pervert. Imagine an alternate reality where Xander Hall is a video essayist instead of a streamer. Dude, imagine an alternate reality where I have Hasan's audience, man. Where I have Hasan's audience size, right? Could you imagine? Marx was bad too. He believed in dictatorship. If you're referring to the term dictatorship of the proletariat, that's not what that means. It is maybe bad wording with how we associate the term dictatorship these days, but that's a economic phrase that has nothing to do with the governmental structure of a dictatorship. Yeah, that term's also had different meanings in the past as well. That's worth considering. It's a little bit like if you read like Tolkien, you read the word like queer every other page and you're like, huh, man, Tolkien was either really homophobic or really woke, but then you remember that's like Old English for strange or whatever. And so you're like, ah, yeah, certain words, their meanings evolve. Yo, Slashy, thank you for the 2 Tier 1 gifted subs to Kiva Jazz and Goro Majima. I really appreciate that. Very based and pog of you. Thank you, thank you. The $10 means a lot and goes a long way. It says, if Chris Chan had moved to MAGA 5 years ago, they would have been a successful graper, not showering, recycling semen, making racist comics, and stalking women. Well, something that people forget is that the original, like, group of people that would, like, make fun of Chris Chan on the early internet were usually women and progressives, because Chris Chan was, like, notoriously racist, homophobic, and transphobic. One of the, like, things that got Chris Chan on the map of the internet was a sign that they had put up that said, I am seeking a boyfriend-free girl, whites only. Like, basically it was a dating profile post, like, posted on, like, the school campus and specified, no... I can't say what it specified, so I'm just going to say it specified whites only, but it didn't word it that way. It worded it way worse. Yeah, and on top of that, Chris Chan was, like, very homophobic and whatnot. So early on, a lot of the people dunking on Chris Chan and stuff were actually pretty progressive and didn't like how bigoted Chris Chan was, but then that kind of changed over time, and now Chris Chan's, like, a Kamala Harris supporter. Dude, Chris Chan said the N-word many times, like, documented. Let me guess. No, well, Chris Chan didn't say the N-word in that post, if I recall correctly, but it wasn't... I don't even want to repeat what the post was, dude. I don't even want to repeat it. Like, even though there's no slurs in it, I don't want to repeat it and have a soundbite of me saying it. Yeah, you guys don't know this stuff? Like, Chris Chan became famous because of, like, stalking, harassing women, being really racist and really, like, bigoted, and just generally a terrible person. And now we associate Chris Chan with, like, the idea of being, like, trans and harassed by Nazis. But originally, Chris Chan was not much better politically than a Nazi. And it was like a circle of people attacking each other and bullying each other of the same politics for a while, you know? It's a wild and sad rabbit hole, though. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Anyway. I went to the same middle school as Chris Chan did for the second half of 6th grade and the first half of 7th. Huh. That's pretty wild. Anyway. Like I said, thank you so much for the $10, Slashy. I appreciate it. And I hope Kiva Jazz and Goro Majima appreciate the gifted subs. So kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. To reflect you guys' amazing generosity, of course. The war tourist pervert thing was an example of how if you associate with anybody Hasan hates, then you're an evil predatory sex pest because a decade and a half ago, their friends, ex-boyfriends, sisters, stepfathers, coworkers, pen pals shared problematic hentai in a chat forum nobody fucking remembers. Well, I mean, it's not even that. Like, if Hasan could even build a connection to make an accusation that someone's, like, a pervert or whatever, like, he'll call people, then that would at least be a bit more respectable if he could, like, justify his reason for supposedly believing that. Hasan just doesn't like that someone called him out and calls them, like, a debate pervert or a war tourist He loves using the term pervert to describe people he thinks are losers because they don't like him. It feels like... I mean, I know that Destiny called it out as saying, like, why doesn't he just go all the way and say debate pedophile, you know? And so Destiny calls people debate pedophiles. That's become a meme, too. It's like, it's just this weird, like, circle of ad hom where Hasan just doesn't have to engage with any criticism. Yeah, Willie Mac Show has just dumpstered Hasan again and again and again. Willie Mac has some cringe takes every once in a while, and I don't even think he likes me all that much, but his videos on Hasan are just so fucking good. Very well researched, very well made. Absolutely bodies his ass. Pretty good stuff. Hasan did not have sex with a trafficking victim in a brothel, but the brothel he went to and verifiably had sex with women at was investigated for... And I believe it was found that they were in connections with sex trafficking, but there is no direct evidence that Hasan, like, received services from sex trafficking victims. There's no, like, direct evidence of that, but with how Hasan likes to be bad faith and dishonest with people, it makes sense that people are willing to jump to that conclusion. He'd do the same to anyone else. Fucking what? You guys see why I repeat the same stories all the time? in different streams, because sometimes there are people that legitimately don't know, and when people don't know these things, they continue to have an unaffected opinion of that figure. And I feel if you're going to have an opinion on a figure that has a large platform and a big audience, you ought to know things like that about them, you know? And I try to make sure as many of you guys who might be watching know these things as possible. Like, people last night were complaining about the Ben Shapiro, Susan Wojcicki, Steven Crowder story and how often I repeat it. And it's like, well, it's important. It's actually really important to know that the previous CEO, the supposed woke CEO of YouTube, was good buddies with Ben Shapiro, and Ben was able to get a demonetized far-right creator who had just broken TOS massively immediately remonetized against YouTube's TOS. That there's that much corruption. We just know that now. It's not even just that, Dr. Blackrock Gaming. On top of that, or Bardock Gaming, sorry, people aren't always here for every stream, right? Like, for example, I've brought up that story about the brothel thing multiple times. Sonny the Martian just might not have been here for any of the, like, 20 times I've mentioned it. There are people who are here, like, once every 20 streams. Please keep repeating that stuff. My ADHD brain forgets everything. True, repetition does help you to remember stuff. Although generally, conservative content likes to just repeat bullshit to ingrain lies, so, you know, being more concise with your words is better. You know, you shouldn't have to repeat things too often for them to stick. But to a wider audience, you do want to get a message out. You can repeat it. Makes sense. Lefty Jenna, thank you for the $5 donation. How kind of you. I really do appreciate it. It helps a ton, and it means a lot. Thank you. Said, hi, Zan. Just a Transistor wants to be a YouTube mod. Excuse me. Hope that's okay. Also, keep up the great work, my dude. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate it. I most certainly will. Yeah, can I make Just a Transistor a YouTube mod? Go ahead and type something in chat. Just a Transistor, and I'll make you a YouTube mod. Thank you so much, Lefty Jenna. I appreciate it. Yeah, Just a Transistor seems pretty cool. In a lot of streams, seems pretty safe, seems pretty legit. Conservative content. Repeat things enough until people think it's true. Lefty content. Repeating something for people who have heard it before, who haven't heard it before, yeah. There's Just a Transistor. There we go. Add moderator. Nice. You are now a standard moderator. You can delete messages, ban weirdo trolls who come in and post cringe shit. You are powerful now, but I can take the power from you, so use it wisely. Use it well, do not abuse it. Yo, chat, I'm curious. What is everyone having for dinner today? Like, it's getting close to dinner time, I think, for most of you watching. What are you guys planning on having for dinner? Burger? Chicken? Crack cocaine. Interesting choice, Snowy Prince. Had some burgers already. Leftover chili. Pulled pork sandwich. Dude, pulled pork sandwiches have this magic power where, like, you know how some food is, like, locked into a certain, time of the day? Like, there's certain foods you just don't eat for breakfast. There's certain foods you just don't eat for dinner or lunch. You know what I mean? Like, they're made for a certain time of day. Pulled pork sandwiches are the best no matter what. Like, no matter what time of day they are. They make a great breakfast food, they make a fantastic lunch, and they make a great dinner. And they make a great midnight snack. There's literally no time of the day or meal time that a pulled pork sandwich does not fully satisfy. Anyway, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, fried rice, pizza, tacos, air, Adderall, microwave noodle cup with 4 slices of cheese slapped on top. Chicken and fries, pork chops and sausage gravy. Ooh. Pulled pork sandwich this morning. Air fried mozzarella sticks. Clearly, you don't own an air fryer. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, chat. Ah, the mogging! He's mogging us! Listen, war stays mogging. On God. War stays mogging, on God. Alright. What's the next topic we're covering before my brain rot takes over? Before I spread the brain rot to you guys? Okay, I got a good one for you guys here. This is a good one. Do 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 do. Boop, 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 boop. Alrighty. Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys. This is a really, really funny video to me. Because if you've been paying attention to the realm of gaming lately, then you'll have noticed that the most effective right-wing anti-woke fandom grifters are the ones that can most effectively toe the line between pandering to a full-on far-right Nazi audience that is just enraged by the presence of minorities in media, and the more normie audience that's just upset with the state of the gaming industry, which there's plenty of things to be upset about, by the way, and are trying to appeal to that existing audience that has genuine grievances most of the time as well. Those tend to be the most successful figures. People like Geeks and... Well, not even Geeks and Gamers. I would say like Nerdrotic and The Quartering are really good examples of creators who do this. Critical Drinker is another good example. They really do ride the line and try not to outright say, ooh, woke bad, too explicitly. Notably, like Critical Drinker, who we've talked about a fair amount lately, likes to use the term the message when referring to wokeness, his own, like, talking point. Hey, what's Smaller doing there? Anyway, now here's the thing. If you know anything about the state of the gaming community online right now, you know that we're kind of teetering in this very bizarre area, where on one side, you've got the normies who are genuinely upset with the state of the gaming industry, who feel that, well, let me give a few examples. The tendency for games to release in an unfinished state, requiring multiple patches after release to make them even close to playable, even though you paid full price on release, or even pre-ordered the game, hoping to be able to play it early. What's the sound in the background? There's just some people around the street doing some, like, yard work. Sorry about that, guys. I do have a limiter on my mic, but it's still getting through, I guess. Anyway, that's been a big problem with gaming lately. Games as a service has been a big problem. You know about the Stop Killing Games initiative? The whole idea of this is that online games, always online games, whenever they lose support from the publisher or company that produced them, they do end up tending to shut down. And if you're someone who's, say, bought a ton of cosmetics in this game, paid for a subscription for the game for years, you basically lost all of the value of the money you might have spent years and years and years giving to this company, all because they've decided to no longer support it anymore. How many old games that you enjoy can you think of that lost support because they were always online or a game as a service that you basically just can't play the same way anymore, or at all? The idea of Stop Killing Games is to make it so that, like any content that is paid for, that anyone ever has paid for, even if companies are no longer going to support it officially, they would have to provide means for players to host servers or host it and continue being able to play the game themselves. Because if they're not going to provide the service that people paid for, then the people who paid for it should be able to themselves. Very good movement, but once again, another example of a very common trend and a very big downside with it. There's a reason why so many gamers are pissed off by these always online games as services. And I could frankly probably just go on for like 12 more hours listing problems with the gaming industry in its current state, though I do want to clarify at the same time, I would actually argue the gaming industry is in one of the best states it's ever been in. And that might sound crazy to you, but when you really look at the history of gaming, like, man, it's only been the last 10 years that we've really started cooking with some of, like the best games in history have released in the last, like, 15 to 16 years. a high quantity of the best games ever have released recently in the grand scheme of gaming's lifetime. So it's very easy to think about it and say, oh, gaming's in a really bad spot. Look how many bad games there are. Look how many bad practices are becoming huge in the gaming industry. But at the same time, the gaming industry is the biggest it's ever been. It is the biggest entertainment industry in the entire world now. It mogs the fuck out of books, out of movies, out of TV, out of everything. It mogs the Super Bowl, the gaming industry. Like, the sports industry gets mogged by gaming. It is the biggest industry, and gaming is continuing to get bigger. And as gaming as an industry gets bigger, more competitors are going to enter the market. And with more companies, more game developers, with the indie market getting so big, inevitably, there's going to be some stinkers. There's going to be some bad practices cropping up. The indie market getting so big has resulted in big scams taking off in the gaming industry. This is a really bad problem. Think of the day before. I won't explain what it was. It was very hype if it was real, but it wasn't. It ended up being a big scam that a company based out of Siberia, I believe, ran to try and it literally became the most wishlisted game on Steam and ended up being a fake game so bad that Steam had to take it off of the Steam Workshop or the Steam Marketplace and refund everyone who bought the game. That's the shit coming out of the explosion of the indie game industry, allowing for randoms to come along, promise something that's impossible, and scam users, and even get to the top of the Steam wishlist page with a fake product. There's so much I could complain about with the gaming industry. And grifters, knowing that a lot of gamers are in a state where they're quite upset, but at the same time, while they are upset over valid things, they're also getting older. How many videos have you seen lately that have a title along the lines of why gaming isn't fun anymore? The fact is that Gen Z, like the generation that probably spent the most time on video games growing up in all of human history, is getting old. You know, like if you're Gen Z, you're somewhere in your 20s at this point, most likely. Maybe older. And naturally, a lot of people over time are going to lose interest in video games. More likely than not, their lives are just going to get busier and more hectic, and they're not going to be able to relax and play video games. That's been my biggest holdback to enjoying games as much as I used to when I was a kid, is that I'll sit down and I'll want to just relax and lose myself in a game, but I can't stop thinking about everything I need to do. I can't stop thinking about the fact, oh, I got to stream in a few hours, or I got to stream tomorrow if it's my day off, right? Like, I can't just relax and stop thinking about what I have to do in the future, because I'm just stressed that I have to do something, right? And that's all of adulthood. Adulthood is just that nonstop. So it's hard to get immersed and lost in a game when you've got so much stuff going on that you can't even calm down because your brain won't stop thinking about it. And that's something very common I've found in a lot of my friends as I've gotten older, is that everybody, including me, seems to be dealing with that same problem, and it makes pastimes like gaming seem like a waste of time, feel like a waste of time, even as you're sitting down and doing it and perhaps even enjoying it. And so a lot of Gen Z is going through this era where they want to love video games. They want to play the new games. They want to be a part of the gaming community. But every time they sit down to play a game, they just can't muscle their way through it because they're growing out of it. It's not for them anymore. And instead of recognizing this and moving on and finding other things to occupy their time with, a lot of these dudes are claiming there's something wrong with gaming as an industry. And this is a lot of the emotional reaction you'll notice that has motivated a lot of the right-wing anti-fan grifters, is this idea that they're getting older and thus less into gaming must mean the industry is getting worse and video games have changed. Well, that's just not the case. In reality, most of them are just getting older, and times are changing. I promise you, the kids who are the age that we all were when we think back to the golden age of gaming, they're having as much fun as we were back then, right now, on Fortnite and Minecraft and Roblox and whatever games are currently big right now. Fall Guys, they're having memories that in 10, 15 years, they're going to be making nostalgic posts about how, man, gaming has fallen. Remember Fall Guys? Remember growing up on Fortnite? It's going to happen all over again. You know, it's a generational thing, but with gaming. That said, though, this sentiment has allowed gaming critique online to blow up massively. And some of the most successful game critics are the Line walking conservative grifter types, and the other half are genuine normies who have critiques of the gaming industry, perhaps even get a little bothered by what they would consider wokeness in gaming, but overall, they're generally quite genuine and sincere gamers that just want to see games be good. Now, normally, it would be in the prerogative of the anti-woke fandom grifters to be as friendly with the normie creators who are just trying to make game reviews as possible, especially if they're larger YouTubers who have a broad appeal. And that is why we're covering this video, because that is not what happens here. An anti-woke YouTuber named Andy Pants Gaming made a video called Woke YouTubers, and in the thumbnail, one of the people in the thumbnail is the fucking Act Man, who I wouldn't exactly call him conservative, far-right, or like a anti-woke type. He's certainly not like a woke or progressive. He's like as normie as it gets. Like he is, like, if anything, he is certainly leaning more on the right side of the gaming discussion than on the left side, that's for sure. And this Andy Pants Gaming guy, he's got 159,000 subscribers. If you want to look at the kind of stuff this dude makes, what his channel is like, it's really nothing special. Like, what do you guys expect? Just, it keeps getting worse. Black person in thumbnail. The pussification of video games. World War II game everyone forgot. Single player, like, fraction of the views of any of his videos he makes about politics. Are gamers homophobic? Is this DEI the game because black people and it says gay shit? Yeah, so this guy is obviously more in line with, like, Synthetic Man. Quite a bit more far right than your average anti-woke grifter. Not as capable of walking that line to keep the normies happy. In fact, the description of this video is time to expose these cucks. And, I'm surprised to say that the chuds in the replies are, now, to be fair, all of the top replies to this, all the top comments, are his hearted comments, the ones he hearted that are all saying things like, the Act Man is going to have to ask his wife's boyfriend if he can stay up late to make a response. It's like, dude, are they really going to attack the fucking Act Man? I have no problem with it. I'm not here to, like, what's the word for it? Like, dick guard the Act Man? I highly encourage they continue with this line of action. The Act Man is a big, well-liked YouTuber who has a general positive opinion in the minds of a lot of these guys' audiences and the audience they're trying to target. So coming out against a popular figure like him, go on ahead. See how that works out for you and your entire clique of grifter YouTubers. Keep this shit up. I love this. Complete self-destructive behavior.
So with every new video I make now, I'm like, probably going to get canceled after this one. Oh well, here we go. So in this video, I want to talk about a disturbing pattern that I've begun to notice in some of our most celebrated YouTubers.
Oh, Bellular too is woke now?
I, like many people, was at one time a fan of the Act Man, Skill Up, and Bellular. But as time has gone on, I've noticed a pretty upsetting trend in the content of all three of these guys. Have you noticed these three creators never call anything woke? And if they do...
You know who else doesn't ever call anything woke? Mueller. The Critical Drinker. I could probably think of a few other anti-woke content creators that don't ever explicitly call anything woke. Now, to be fair, these creators, as far as I know, are not, like, mentally ill and thus completely bogged down with politics. This is the difference here. The Act Man, Bellular, and I don't know the other guy, I'm sorry. These are normal dudes who just like to game, and when they say they don't want politics in games, they actually mean it. Like, when they talk about not wanting politics in games, they're talking about, like, actual cases where it was very clear that there's, like, a on-the-nose, weird moment in a game. Have you ever, like, seen a piece of media where you're like, oh, man, the writers tried to make, like, a progressive joke there, and they flopped it hard, you know? I think a good example was in Gen V, the line about PewDiePie being a Nazi. It's like, dude, that bridge moment happened like 8 years ago. And it's like the second joke they made about PewDiePie being a Nazi in The Boys or its spinoffs. And it's like, man, there must be a writer that hates PewDiePie. You'll see something like that and be like, okay, well, I can understand people being upset by something like that. That's a bit cringe. Like an attempt at like a real life reference that just completely bombs. That's the kind of shit that these dudes are complaining about when they complain about politics and gaming. They aren't getting mad about minorities being like the main character of a game or gay people existing. They actually buy into the narrative of the, there's political agenda being introduced. And so these guys not actually being obsessed with the idea of minorities in media, but instead being at worst, buying into the dog whistling is not enough for this guy. And he's calling them out for not being far right enough. Xander Hall, they didn't like part of Cyberpunk 2077 because your decision helps to change the politics in the game. I haven't played the game, so I don't try not to spoil, but that's as vague as I guess you can really get, or as specific as you can get without spoiling, so I guess.
Dude, they're making fun of you for using the term.
I'm guessing, I think Skill Up is actually progressive, by the way. I think I've seen videos from that channel. It just doesn't give the impression of, like, a channel trying to get big off of, like, hate, right? Never talk about the uglification of women in games. Remember, this is one of those people who's kind of in that Grums category where he's part of the, why is every woman in video games not a doll for me to jack off to? What the fuck?
Have you noticed they never talk about the obvious uglification of women in games the past few years? Have you noticed they never talk about the LGBTQ?
They never talk about how games are gay as hell now. I just think they don't hate gay people. Also, games aren't really, like, that gay. I guess you could say they're gay more now in comparison to how they used to be when gay people were less accepted. But, like, you could say the same thing about movies and TV back during, like, the 1970s. Have you ever noticed that, like, movies and TV it's black as hell now? There's so many black people in movies and TV now, post, like, the 60s and stuff, like, as TV got to be less racist with its casting. Less racist with its casting. Like, the same line of logic obviously applies. Yes, believe it or not, media gets to be more representative as society gets less bigoted. And these guys aren't bigots. So they're not upset. These guys actually are not obsessed with politics. They're actually not into politics. They don't get upset when they see minorities in media, and they don't get upset when there's not minorities in media. They are genuine grillers, these guys, and that's pissed this dude off. Amazing.
QI_7 community and how they basically run video games right now. Have you noticed they never...
Wait, did he just JQ there? Hold on. I wasn't paying attention. I think I just heard him JQ. I think he just did echo sign.
They never talk about the LGBTQI_7 community and how they...
okay, never mind. Okay, sorry. I thought I heard him say echo sign. My bad.
Basically run video games right now. Have you noticed they never point out obvious racism against white people? In fact...
I'm pretty sure I've heard Actman at one point, at least, talk about racism against white people being cringe. Guys, there's not a racist agenda against white people. Gay people and black people and stuff existing in media is not racist against white people. That's not... You know what's so funny to me is that these guys spend half their time complaining about how minorities say things are racist, and then spend the other half their time complaining about how everything is racist against white people. Like, everything they accuse minorities of being, like, oh, you call everything racist, you just want to be a victim. Yeah, that's literally them. They call everything that they find even marginally representative or progressive racist against white people and try to play the victim as if they've been offended. It's like, what? You just made fun of the left and minorities for doing that 5 minutes ago, dude.
In fact, they'll often say lies like racism against white people isn't possible. Have you noticed none of them ever talk...
None of these people have said racism against white people isn't possible, and most of the online left even, I don't think, believe... I don't even think they believe that racism against white people isn't possible. When people talk about racism, they may be talking about a bunch of different things. When you think racism, what probably comes to mind, if you're like a bit of a normie, is like Cletus down the road having like a Confederate flag and yelling the N-word at any black person that goes past and saying, "Stay off my land, get out of my town." Like, that's an easy, like, okay, the most extreme, like, picture textbook definition of a racist you can think of, right? But when, like, leftists typically refer to racism, there's usually a much broader reference, and it might even be being used kind of just as a catch-all for a more specific kind, right? So generally, when racism is talked about by the left, by like leftists, we're usually talking about systemic racism, like the kind of racism that actually has backing from large power systems that you can't, as like a normal person, have any sway over outside of like voting, but otherwise you're at the behest of that. So like the criminal justice system, a system that you really have no power to avoid or not be a part of if it's unfair to you. It looms over you. It will affect you. If the criminal justice system is racist and you get stopped by a cop and you're black, it's going to be a problem. You don't get to decide not to be a part of the people affected, right? And so that's generally what the left is referring to, and that is something that doesn't really exist for white people. There doesn't really seem to be any instances of a systemic racism, and where it has been claimed to exist, I should say, it's usually like, hey, look, this college has affirmative action. Isn't that systemic racism against white people? Okay, man. All right, if that's your example, we're talking about like the incarceration rates, the recidivism rates in prisons. We're talking about like general average income and access to education and housing quality. And you're talking about like affirmative action in colleges. You know, it's like, all right, there's clearly a big difference here when we talk about the level of racism that white people face and non-white people face, just in general.
Talk about the trillions of dollars companies make by bumping up their DEI and ESG initiatives and by putting evil woke nonsense in their games?
Evil woke nonsense. Remember when these guys were saying that their political side was like the taboo political beliefs that you weren't allowed to have, and that we need to protect free speech so that people could be allowed to criticize like progressive ideology, and now it's like this is evil wokeness being put into games and it has to be stopped. These people cannot be allowed to have their politics in games. Only the right is allowed to have its politics in games. Yeah, boys club shit.
Have you noticed they never talk about the complete removal of masculinity from video games? So why?
Where? Please, tell me where. There being games that star female main characters does not mean masculinity is going away. He remembers what like one of the biggest games in the last few years was, right? Like the game where you play as like a big shirtless buff guy who like punches gods to death while running around in the snow and ripping things apart and yelling. Like his power up is called Spartan Rage, where he just yells, lights on fire, becomes like vascular as fuck, and then starts punching things to death. Like video games have not gotten less masculine, bro. Let's be real, okay? Like video games are still predominantly a boys club. The most popular games that are out right now tend to be targeted at a male audience and have like heavy, gritty action. Like, let's be real here. Games are not getting less masculine. Like, come on.
Why are these three dudes intentionally avoiding calling out wokeness in games? To put it simply, it's because these dudes are cucks. They're pussies.
No, keep doing this, please. See how it goes.
All three of these guys are definitely voting for Kamala Harris in November. I heard Endymion call him Ackmam one time, and the label definitely fits. So those are the surface level reasons. I'll get to the deeper reasons in a minute. I just watched an entire Actman video about Concord. I know, it was painful. It contained...
Believe it or not, Actman made a video about how Concord failed, and it was about how it was badly advertised, poorly made, uninspired, and people had no interest, and explained how the game failed. But because he didn't say it was because of minorities and a diverse cast, he needs to be called out and destroyed. He's a cuck. He didn't claim the game failed because people don't like minorities, and that's why they refuse to play it. And that's clearly why the game failed, the only reason it failed. And refusing to acknowledge that means that you're lying. You're a paid cuck. You're a paid shill by Activision or Sony or whatever.
A lot of tired millennial jokes. I'm a millennial, by the way. Takes one to know one. He talked a lot about low player numbers. He talked about how much money it wasted. And then when he gets to the part where you're supposed to talk about why the game failed, he just says, bad gameplay, bad character design. Why do you suppose Ackmam doesn't talk about the fact that Concord has 3 black females in it and not a single white man?
I think because he's not obsessed with race and identity politics, probably. Like, I think it's because the dude can look at a game and recognize its faults without needing to obsess with identity politics. You know, that shit that you guys claim the left can't stop talking about.
Why do you suppose he doesn't talk about all the LGBTQ plus activists on Twitter who worked on the game?
Because he doesn't care about identity politics and also does not want to encourage his audience to harass game developers for being gay. That's literally his argument there, by the way. Why is he not goading his audience into harassing the LGBT game developers? Like, why is he not shitting on the devs of the game?
Interesting. He even at one point in the video makes fun of the idea that bigger breasts would save this game.
Yes, because the game is bad. It's not bad because of progressivism or diversity. If the game had the most do people remember? People remember when Apex Legends came out, right? And the quartering got absolutely slaughtered online for like months straight back in 2019 because he complained about the game not having any straight male characters and having an agender. He complained about how diverse the cast was and how the game was successful despite that and how that's like bad. And it's showing how gamers are getting woke. Because at the time, the narrative was that these popular games are woke, and that's the problem. Now the narrative is that games that are woke cannot succeed. And so he's like, okay, well, because they want to push the idea that they are winning, right? They're winning this culture war. Back then, the idea was that they were losing the culture war, and you need to watch the quartering in order to help win it, right? God, the idea that that diversity has any effect whatsoever on a video game succeeding is hilarious. Games are fun or they are not, and that determines whether or not they succeed. If they're well optimized, they run well, they're well advertised so people know where to get it, and their audience finds it, it's going to do well. If it is not those things, it's going to fail. Has nothing to do with diversity or whatever. The biggest MMO in the world right now is extremely diverse. You know, like some of the biggest games. Look at Fortnite. One of the most diverse games there is in terms of the options you can go for. One of the things that Fortnite gets praised for, in fact, I don't know if you've noticed, it's like one of the only games to actually do black hairstyles right. I don't know if you've noticed that, but games famously, despite all this narrative about how games are woke now, it's very hollow. Who's noticed that every single black character in games these days almost seems to have the the swept to the side locks Killmonger in that one portion of Black Panther. It's been like a big meme that black gamers have called out for a while now. Then you look at Fortnite, and even original characters in Fortnite have actual real and interesting and varied hairstyles that are black characters. It's way better. Fortnite is an extremely diverse game and one of the most popular games there is. The idea that diversity kills games or precludes it from success is deranged. This guy's entire premise is deranged. And he's mad that these guys aren't obsessed with identity politics like he is.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt, dude. Is that idea so ridiculous? You'll notice similar things when watching.
Is Actman gay? Is Actman gay? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Aren't these the dudes who think you're gay if you like women?
Up in Bellular analyze Concord. Why do you suppose these guys spend 30 minutes talking about the gameplay and not 1 minute talking about how a huge reason the game failed is because the characters are fat and ugly?
Why do you suppose these gaming content creators spend their time talking about the gameplay? And not even a minute on talking about the characters being fat and ugly, which is actually what ruined the game. A real point made by a serious person.
So I used to think these three guys were just missing details. I used to give them the benefit of the doubt. But as I've watched their content on a consistent basis, I've realized these dudes are so deep in the gay communist agenda, they can't even criticize it anymore. Basically,
dude, I need more of this, guys. I need these people to continue to attack normies for not being obsessed with identity politics enough to complain about minorities in games. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. These retards are finally letting the mask slip and admitting that they are racist. And they're not only doing that, they're attacking normies who would otherwise defend them. Like, the Act Man would defend this guy a week ago, I bet. I guarantee you, the Act Man would align with this guy before he'd align with me 1 week ago. And this guy has decided to call him out and call these YouTubers out because they are not as racist, or not racist like he is. But they would still have a problem with, I'm sure, with like the idea of wokeness in games if they were asked. It's just not their obsession. They're just gamers. Oh my gosh. Are you weird champing me because I said retard? Oof. You're not going to like it here.
Basically, you've got incredibly evil companies like Activision who support pedophilia and Satanism and push...
Man. This guy's living in 1980.
DEI initiatives and also spend billions and billions of dollars a year on marketing. Now, do you think they're going to give a YouTuber like me, who calls them out on a consistent basis, a sneak peek and a tour of the studio? Of course not. They want a shill. They want an empty shill like Skillet.
Activision needs a cuck. They need a mouthpiece for their propaganda. Do you want to know what this video actually is? An attempt to convince fans of a much larger YouTuber, the Act Man, that they can't trust these YouTubers because they're bought out by the wokeness, and only Andy Pants Gaming is willing to call this out. Only he isn't bought out. If you want real game reviews that aren't bought out by Activision, you got to go to him. If you know, Andy Pants Gaming, who spends no time whatsoever talking about the gameplay of a game, because obviously that could have no effect on its success. It must just be the political implications of the game.
Up who won't bring up the woke stuff. They want somebody who will be an empty mouthpiece and they can just pour talking points into them.
Mind you, he's claiming that these guys are cucks for a game company whose games they have been making videos about being bad for years. But the reason why they're bought out by Activision is that they're not calling out the wokeness. They only call out how bad the gameplay is and tell people not to buy the game and that it's bad, for reasons unrelated to politics. So they must be bought out by Activision. They must be cucks to Activision because of that. Like, what? That makes no sense.
While they regurgitate them out. Actman is indeed good at playing an act. He's good at appearing natural and looking like he's riffing. The reality is he's reading a careful script that has definitely been run by his handlers at Activision and Bungie and other DEI departments.
Oh my god, yes! More of this! More of this, please! Please make up it psychotic. Oh my god, the Act Man's definitely gonna respond to this, because this got some, like, decent viewership, and it's unhinged. He's literally, like, alleging that Activision has handlers that control the Act Man, and I guess they told him to make a video about how awful Concord was and that it failed because it sucked and had bad gameplay. They paid him to just, like, not talk about the wokeness, I guess. He's responded to this on Twitter, I think. I want to see what Actman's response was. I hope he makes a video. I hope he starts to recognize that these people are the actual unhinged weirdos, not, like, progressive journalists that sometimes say, hey, this game would be better if it had some better representation.
Again, notice these guys never mention BlackRock, ESG, or any of the gay, communist, globalist...
Because... you're insane if you think that investment firms that hold on to shares of companies and try to increase their bottom line by improving their investments is communism. Believe it or not, the stock market is not communism. The stock market might be as opposite of communism as it gets. It's actually so crazy to me that these people have taken advantage of the lack of knowledge of what communism even is so far that they call the stock market communism. I really need you guys to think about that for a moment. That's what they're doing. They're calling the stock exchange and the practice of companies buying shares in other companies and trying to make a profit communism. The most capitalist thing there is, holding assets so they accrue value, they are calling communism. These people recognize the evils of capitalism so much they have to call it communism to keep people on board with it.
This cancer that these companies push. I found this article on screen here about Bellular that was definitely interesting. It basically...
From where? From a site called Wolf's Head Online Stop Censorship with a AI-generated gold-tooth Bellular as the main thing. Holly Longdale interview confirms why Access journalist Michael Bell refuses to speak out about DEI propaganda. I'm going to guess there's a Christ is King ad on the side of the screen. I'm going to guess that this site might have some biases. Culture, faith, MMORPGs, music, other writing, politics, reviews, satire, technology, and video games. I'm guessing the satire section is just all them JQing. Like, that's their, like, the satire, quote-unquote, section.
It basically talks about how he's been given insider interviews and gets to see deep behind-the-scenes information about upcoming World of Warcraft games. But part of his ability to get that info...
Upcoming World of Warcraft games. Good one, Mr. Gaming YouTuber.
...is to continue to be a corporate shill for Activision and parrot the talking points they want. He's a good little sheep and never asks about DEI or ESG. This is why even if they wanted to, Actman, Bellular, and SkillUp can't talk about the woke agenda. These low-T beta males have been bought and sold by Activision.
I need to see what this guy looks like IRL. Hold on. You're not going to believe this. This guy looks like fucking Thought Slime. This guy looks like fucking Thought Slime. This is the guy behind the camera, and you can tell from his proportions and like the shot we get here. He's like 5'4", dude. Have you ever seen a more obviously 5'4" man? Like, he's got Hobbit proportions. Look at him. Oh my god. Low T, short, and insecure. You can tell, like, look at the hat too. You know this guy's not got a hairline to be proud of as well. Okay, yeah. I already knew because he was, like, levying allegations of, like, soy beta male at a guy who looks like he probably lifts every other day. Like, I don't know. The Actman looks like a guy who goes to the gym. Like, he's not... There's nothing soy beta, like, about this guy's vibe, aesthetic, or look. So when someone throws that out of nowhere, you gotta look up. You gotta look up what he looks like, because you know you're dealing with someone who is projecting.
Sony, by Microsoft, by Bungie.
Listen, you're a short king, SSW Braydu, but this guy is clearly so insecure, he has to use things he's insecure about as insults, and I picked up on it, and I had to know. I had to Google, and I was right.
Sure, they can have complaints about gameplay and too many microtransactions and stuff like that, but...
You know, the actual things that affect your wallet and the quality of the game and whether or not you might want to buy it, the real things that gamers are concerned about, you know, the action, you know, not... What gaming content creators should actually be focusing on, not your insane anti-minority conspiracy theory about the Jews controlling Hollywood and gaming.
But you will never hear these guys complaining about why women are so ugly in video games now, because they're good corporate servants. One mistake I think a lot of people make is thinking that just because these guys will say a game is terrible, they must be objective. Not so. A journalist or content...
You see, they were paid out by the companies that made these games to say they're bad, but to ignore the wokeness. Where was the wokeness in the Lord of the Rings Gollum game, by the way?
Creator is not judged by their ability to say a game is bad. They're judged by their ability to be able to breach any topic. The fact that these creators have never talked about DEI, ESG, and the woke propaganda indicates to me either A, they're censoring their real thoughts, or B, these guys are the propaganda machines themselves.
What I love about this as well is the idea that, let's say hypothetically, Actman, Bellular, they don't want to call out this woke stuff. Maybe they just don't agree with the idea that wokeness is a problem. Maybe they even like wokeness. But this would mean they have to be bought out shills, because no one could possibly naturally, organically arrive at a worldview that's different from his. Anyone who thinks differently than his was paid by a company and is a mouthpiece for a company or a cuck or in general, just evil. And implicitly should not deserve to exist or be allowed to hold those positions, because how dare anyone disagree with the idea that minorities in games is evil and a force that we have to stop? How dare anyone disagree with Andy Pants Gaming? How dare there be disagreement in politics? At the end of the day, what I love about this is Andy Pants Gaming comes off as like an extremely triggered SJW cuck here. And if you sort by newest, you get comments like, they're not woke, they're just normal. You're the crazy one seeing wokeness everywhere. It's also funny that you didn't also call out Charlie for that, because he also never uses the term woke and he doesn't follow the same script you do when talking about what's wrong with video games. So what gives? You're a clown. Okay, but rush releases, shitty gameplay, and microtransactions are still the biggest reason why gaming sucks now. Starfield didn't suck because of some dumb pronoun options. It sucked because it had vapid gameplay, large empty worlds, and a million loading screens. Holy crap, bro. I'm so happy that in Russia we don't have any of the gay-ass woke shit. There you go. There's a comment that's most recent and wasn't boosted by him that's in favor of him. Man, I'm so glad in Russia we don't have any of this woke shit, you know? We criminalize being gay. Man, thank God. You know, true freedom over in Russia. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this video, I really do appreciate you sticking around. Consider dropping a like. It really helps a lot. No matter when, where, or what you're watching from me, every thumbs up boosts my content in the algorithm and helps to make sure that more people see me. So I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you haven't already, consider following my social medias linked down below, commenting down below, subscribing, and ringing the bell icon. And of course, if you haven't already, make sure to join my fan Discord. It's the main hub of my community and fan base. Totally free to join. I also host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there. And on top of all that, I announce all my new uploads and streams, so no matter what, you'll never miss a new upload if you're a member of my server, even if YouTube bugs out on you. And of course, if you've got the money for it and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. All right. Listen, guys, I've got more topics to cover, but first I need to use the restroom, so don't go anywhere, because, good lord, do I need to release the dragon? Bro, I gotta piss! I'll be right back. My short kings, I have returned. Welcome, welcome. I see a few new people have come since I was gone. Andy Pants is on Twitter calling people cucks because they don't like his video. Oh yeah, I imagine he's pretty angry. Yeah, I imagine he's pretty angry right now about all that. Yeah. He called out a much bigger, more popular, well-liked YouTuber who's got a perception of just being a chill guy who is not woke by any means, and so, yeah. Why does it seem like the right wing is getting more masked off on the internet and politically lately? It's happening everywhere. It happens in waves, Scapegoat. I actually have a video I do plan to do covering the new era of the alt-right rabbit hole on YouTube with its algorithm and how the algorithm is back to pushing people towards far-right content. I'm going to talk about the original, era of Gamergate and how that blew up due to everyone who is popular going too mask off, and it all imploding and allowing for BreadTube to rise, and how that fell, and how we're now in another era of right-wing dominance, and how, if we're lucky, there'll be another era of left-wing popularity. I think it'll have to result from Hasan falling. Hasan has to, like, completely fall off before the left can be successful again, because right now, Hasan being the face of the left and being so disliked by normies and the rest of the internet means the left has, like, a big tumor growing on it, like a big mole that makes it super unappealing, you know? Like, the left has zero riz right now with Hasan being the face of it. Hasan's kind of like the 2020s version of the, like, Tumblrites that, and, like, the figures in the left that were big that ruined the left's, reputation, like BuzzFeed, you know? Like, Hasan is, when you really think about it, Hasan is like the left's 2020s BuzzFeed, you know? Like, really popular, extremely successful, unfortunately enough that it's the face of the online left. When people think progressive politics, they think Hasan, just like in 2016 they thought BuzzFeed, but eventually it'll fall off, and when it does, it'll allow for a new face of the left to take its place, and people will be far less pushed away, and conservatives will fall off themselves, imploding, and the left will see another big rise online, just like it did before. Hopefully that new face will be you. You deserve it more than Hasan. I don't think it'll be me, but I do think that the channel will get pretty big in the coming years, pretty much. Like, especially as, I do think that, like, the tanky era is going to burn itself out, and we're going to see a more reasonable type of leftism or progressivism take its place online, at least for a time. I would say it would likely be Vosh, but at the same time, like, what Vosh has been exposed for, like, the horse porn and the lolicon, like, that's never going away. Like, that's never gonna evaporate. Wait, I'm a clueless bitch, alright, and just now joined, and I don't know, I don't know who you are, but can you explain what Hasan did? Man, that's a long list. That's a long list, my friend. Okay. I would say the worst thing Hasan did, the thing that really bothers me, is in the lead up to Russia invading Ukraine, despite all of the foreign and native intelligence agencies saying that Russia was gearing up for invasion, they were mobilizing troops all on the border, they were mobilizing, like, medical equipment, like blood bags, which expire. Like, you wouldn't be sending, like, tens or hundreds of thousands of blood bags to the border of a country that you've invaded before unless you're about to invade again. It's just that was really the smoking gun. But Hasan claimed that everybody who was of the belief that there was about to be an invasion was just a war hawk, an awful war hawk. And that alone wouldn't be that bad. That was kind of cringe. Bad take, bad prediction, but not evil or anything. But then Russia did invade. And Hasan didn't say, oh, my bad, I was wrong. Instead, he said, it doesn't matter if you feel bad about the annexation of Crimea. It doesn't change the fact that Russia was justified in doing that. And he then went on to do countless examples of apologia for Russia. And it got to the point where Dylan Burns, really good journalistic creator who's been on the ground in Russia covering war crimes, volunteering, like, helping pets, because there was a dam that got blown up by the Russians, and a town in Ukraine got flooded. A bunch of pets were trapped there, and so Dylan did some volunteering to help save the pets that were trapped. Objectively good thing. No one can deny that is a good thing. He's been nearly killed by the Russians multiple times, illegally bombing his position and then claiming that they thought that Dylan Burns' unarmed media and volunteer team were armed combatants. They committed a war crime and then lied about it. And so Dylan Burns obviously took issue with this, and in response got a few Ukrainian lefties together to explain why they felt that Hasan's rhetoric around the war has been really harmful to them as people who are residents of a country being invaded by Russia. People asked Hasan to cover it because it was such a good faith, well put together, and, you know, productive video, and Hasan's response was, no, I'm not going to watch that video by that war tourist pervert. Because Dylan Burns had dared to disagree with Hasan, that Russia was in the right in this invasion, or that Russia was justified, in response, Hasan called him a war tourist pervert. It wasn't even like Dylan's video, really. It was just Dylan platforming Ukrainian lefties to like make an open letter to Hasan with their feelings. In response, Hasan calls Dylan a war tourist pervert. That is just one of my more personal dislikes of Hasan. There's countless other reasons I don't like him, but like that was one of the things that if you're gonna know one reason, that would be the reason I'd tell you. His journalistic coverage of things is also woefully inaccurate and ideologically driven to be inaccurate. It's not that he's dumb and makes mistakes. He's, like, purposefully misrepresenting stories in order to push a narrative. The Russia stuff being a good example, too. He made it out of the optics black hole and went back on an incline, but he's still somebody a lot of fans insist on holding on to out of sheer contempt for the obsessively anti-Vosh brain rot sphere of the online left. Nah, man, I don't think it's going to be one individual who gradually becomes the main face. I hope not. I don't think any individual should be the main face of the left. I think it should just be sort of like a general rising tide of relatively, like, you know, equal in prominence figures that kind of get to be known. I think the healthiest time for BreadTube was when, like, ContraPoints, H-Bomber Guy, and Philosophy Tube were seen as, like, the big faces of the online left. That was a good time. Things were good back then. I think the perception of the online left was very good then. Oof, that's an L for Hasan. I'm left, but he always gave me bad vibes. Yeah. Oh, God. Don't ever... listen, any woman who like Hasan, don't look up TYT Hasan gives dating advice, because you will get the ick. You will get the permanent ick from Hasan forever, and you will never be able to find him or anyone who looks like him attractive, I bet. Because he, when you hear the shit that's come out of his mouth, oh boy. I cannot imagine that women can look at him the same way after that. Should I bring up that video? It's just kind of funny to watch. Yeah, he was such a gross frat bro back in the day. Really, like, makes his, like, ooh-woo male feminist soft boy vibe nowadays look real fake and acted out, you know? Hasan TYT dating advice. Oh, they've deleted it, it looks like. I wonder if there's a re-upload. Yep, I found it. Here we go. Hasanabi bro tip, the let's get out of here rule. So this got uploaded by an H3 clip channel, I think, because Hasan and TYT have like axed this off the internet, but someone re-uploaded it from H3H3's sphere, thankfully. That's good. Let's check this out. This is one of Hasan's old TYT videos.
On this week's Social Guru, we cover an old classic warhorse, the let's get out of here rule. This one's been passed on for centuries and helped even the Vikings get laid. I actually lost my virginity with this rule, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. So you're in the club, you finally use the 5-second rule because you're smart now, because you follow bro tip, and you start talking to this girl, it finally leads to hooking up, and you're bold enough to grab an ass cheek and then maybe even get some hand play downstairs. What is the next move? You need to get out of there, and you need to get out of there fast. Hopefully with the girl. So you have to use these 5 magic words. Let's get out of here. You might think, wait a minute, there's no way this is gonna work. Yes, it does. Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cock-block you because they're fat and lonely. If let's get out of here doesn't work, you exchange numbers, she leaves, you guys talk later, and you continue on your conquest for the rest of the night. If the let's get out of here does work, you have successfully left the club with a hot girl, hopefully, in the cab, and you're going to your place or her place. Now, once you're in a more intimate one-on-one situation, it's much easier to get things moving forward. If you hadn't played the finger fun already in the club, now is the time to utilize those magic fingers. Take her back to your house, show off that impressive vinyl collection that no one else gives a shit about, and go into town.
Yeah, so like, Hasan and his like uwu soft boy male feminists, like, oh my god, lefty women, please fawn over my mullet and mustache that looks like I'm an 80s porn star. Completely fake. He is a dude bro and a frat bro who wants to like get pussy, and it's very obvious. And his character that he plays now online seems infinitely fake the more you know about him. It's really interesting that most people who even tolerate Hasan and just occasionally watch him, and even a lot of his biggest fans, don't know a lot about him. Also, is this legit advice or a joke? This has been taken down off the internet for a reason. Because even in full context, it looks so bad. This was part of a running series he did, because TYT was not always a progressive outlet, to be very clear. TYT used to have a much more conservative lean, and switched up to be more progressive. They've changed their politics many times in the past to follow money. I do not trust or like TYT or anyone associated with it. I'm sure there's some good people working with them now, but for the most part, as like a company, they've flip-flopped so much to follow the money as like what's popular at the time. I don't believe that there's any genuine anything there, to be honest. I'm sorry, guys, but like this was one of the shows they hosted where Hasan's referencing other episodes where he's giving other bro advice that's all like basically borderline advice on how to separate women and like sexually assault them. Like the whole like you've got to separate her from her herd of friends who are going to try to cock block you. What he's actually describing there, the real life thing that happens, is that women go to bars or whatever, or clubs with friends to make sure that their friends can help them if some creepy dude tries to cut them off and isolate them and take them home alone. So the situation he's describing there is trying to isolate a girl from the group of friends she's there with to keep creepy guys from isolating her and getting her alone. Like, it just comes off as awful. That's a lie, Zan. TYT has been progressive since the 2000s? Nah, bro. TYT, if you go back to its early days, did not have the same reputation as it has now. Am a woman who used to run in groups of friends, and yes, yeah, I mean, that's why women tend to group up. Obviously, having a group of girlies to hang out with is fun if you're going to go out and, like, go to clubbing, but also, it's a protective thing. Like, women don't typically travel alone in public if they can help it. They want to have friends with them. It's why they go to the bathroom with a friend, because you're less likely to get raped, assaulted, murdered, or any other things women are afraid of and happen predominantly towards women, if you have a friend or a buddy or multiple buddies. TYT was politically incorrect, but never conservative. Well, there you go, Sunbather. There you go. It was TYT used to be politically incorrect, guys, not conservative. I feel safer in a virtual nightclub, plus there's really not a lot of food there. Dude, one of the funnest things I ever did was going in VR chat with my buddy Ethan. He would like take me to the degen hives, like the goon caves and whatnot, and we would go and like troll random weirdos. And God, I need to find my VR stuff and my moving shit, because I wanna get onto VR chat again and troll weirdos. One of my favorite things to do in VR chat was to load up a world that was literally just Bilbo Baggins' house and just like vibe out by the fireplace. Call me weird, but I loved that shit. Fun. I went to a bar once and me and my friends were magnetized to each other, not taking any chances. True. And smart. Anyway. Gotta protect yourselves. Gotta protect yourselves. Anyway, sorry for giving you guys the ick for Hasan forever. Lamau, I knew a girl who was the woke scold hate men type, and she would always simp for Elsan and even found the frat boy stuff he did endearing. Every time I met a girl who was an Elsan fan, it always ended up being a bad experience for me. Yeah, no. The type, like, Hasan's branding is very much like he wants to be a heartthrob kind of guy, but for, like, women on, like, leftist women. Like, I don't know if, like, you can notice it. I feel like it's something you have to be... Maybe you have to be a guy to detect it more easily. I don't know. I feel like women would be better at detecting that kind of thing. I don't know. Like the disingenuous, like, shit. I don't know. Hasan's vibe doesn't come off as genuine to me. If I was a woman, I wouldn't go home alone with Hasan. Not because I think he's, like, a predator, but because I think he's just kind of, like, fake, you know? That's just how I see things. That's just what I'm detecting. Alrighty. Speaking of Hasan, you guys got me stun-locked right before I could get to the topic that he's most related to. Fair, Lily Rose, fair. Enjoy that, Wild Rose. Very quick. My mic muted for some reason. Anyway, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys. It is time for our monthly Anti-Hasan segment. Now, to be fair, this is news. Like, this is currently being talked about by a lot of people. It's really blown up on Twitter in the last couple days, and so I figure there's pretty good reason to talk about it, especially since, as I explained a little earlier in the stream, though, video viewers will be out of the loop, Hasan, I feel, being the face of the left while also being so widely lambasted for his poor reporting, his ideological motivations that have led him to do things such as defend Russia's invasion of Ukraine on multiple occasions, Hasan's past, including the video I just showed you guys where he's like talking about how to isolate women at the club from their friends and get them to come home with you and like groping them in the bar and stuff, very, very much showing that his like ooh-woo soft boy persona he has now isn't really him, or at least it wasn't like when he was in his younger 20s. Like that clip of him I just showed wasn't him as a teenager. That was him as a full-grown man talking that way. Like he wasn't a kid. Anyway, Hasan, unfortunately, is the face of the left. And even though leftists really like Hasan, considering his immense size and reach, people outside of the left, even normies, even progressives and liberals, do not like him. And he's done a really... He's kind of like a polarizing, magnet that repels even progressives from getting into the online left. Like, people are just checking out, because Hasan is the face of leftism online. And a really good example of why this is so destructive, the kind of behavior that's really kind of made everybody who is progressive on the internet these days look so bad, is his ardent defense of terrorism. Notably, I don't know if you're aware of this, Hasan is a big-time, and so are his orbiters, of course, is a big-time Osama bin Laden supporter. Hilariously, Hasan believes that the Iraq War, something that happened after 9/11, was a good justification for 9/11. I'm not joking. These people argue that American foreign policy that happened after 9/11 was the valid justification, they say, that Osama bin Laden had to do 9/11. I'm not joking. No. No. They aren't talking about the Gulf War. They aren't talking about the Gulf War. They're referring, when they talk about why 9/11 happened, why Osama bin Laden's justified, and why he's based, they talk about foreign policy shit that happened after 9/11. Because that is some of the most extreme stuff that you can point to as a progressive online and have general agreement. Okay, that's bad. Patriot Act was bad. Okay, overgoing our freedoms. Okay, war with the wrong country. That shit... It makes, if you want to point to that and say that is why Osama bin Laden did 9/11, you're going to get lefties to agree with that perspective a lot more, and they argue that shit. If you want to talk about the Gulf War being his justification, I think he even wrote a letter about that, though half the letter is just him saying America is Jewish, America is gay, America has, like, Christian values and too much sex. That's why we did 9/11. Like that, Anyway. Hasan right now is in a little bit of shit. A little bit of deep shit, okay? Because a little while ago, he did a really popular podcast with another popular content creator named Ethan Klein, H3H3. And you would think this would be fantastic for them both, and it was. It was very good. Eventually, though, when tensions in Israel and Gaza started to get big, there started to be a little bit of a conflict between the two of them. You see, Ethan, I believe, is American. He is Jewish, but he is American and had a birthright trip to Israel. And that is where he met his current wife, Elon Klein, who, as a citizen of Israel, was legally, at the threat of literal arrest, by the way, if you are a citizen of Israel, legally forced to engage in the compulsory military service of Israel. She was an IDF soldier. But that is the law if you are born in Israel, right? Like, anybody who says they wouldn't be part of the IDF as an Israeli citizen is like saying they would have dodged the draft during the Vietnam War, when they probably wouldn't have. They would have probably been too scared to. They're just high-horsing it, right? So, to be very clear, Ethan Klein and Elon Klein are not in favor of the war crimes committed by Israel against the innocents in Gaza. They are, however, opposed to Hamas. And this led to, because Hasan is pro-Hamas, he just is. He is pro-Hamas. He makes excuses for Hamas. He has spread lies that Hamas starts to make themselves look better. He may not admit it, but he is pro-Hamas. He is pro-terrorism in general. He ended up having a falling out with Ethan Klein. On top of that, Hasan's audience went after Ethan Klein with a lot of anti-Semitism. Called him genocidal, called him a piece of shit, harassed the fuck out of him. H3 ended up cutting off Hasan, and it ended up being a whole thing, right? More recently, though, as in like the last couple days, H3H3 ended up posting just a like something in passing about Osama bin Laden being a piece of shit and being glad that he's dead. You know, it's a very uncontroversial take. In response, Frogan, I don't know if you guys know who Frogan is, but she is Hasan's head moderator and like kind of #1 community like Hasan orbiter. You know, she's like the #1 Hasan orbiter. Frogan ended up making a post saying about Ethan Klein, claiming that Osama bin Laden is bad. In response, Frogan says, "Oh my god, Ethan Klein knows nothing about politics. He should shut the fuck up." Because if you're not aware, Frogan is also pro-terrorism. She's pro-Hamas, pro-Houthi, pro-Osama bin Laden. She was one of the big figures I don't know if you guys remember, but a year ago, Osama bin Laden's letter justifying 9/11 went viral on the online left, and Hasan, Frogan, Denims, the entire Hasan orbiter sphere, made videos calling it based. I'm not joking. They made videos reading the letter and calling it based. Denims caught a Twitch ban for it. I believe Hasan avoided one because of his, the special treatment he gets. But, yeah. This is a group of people who are ideologically aligned with terrorist groups that state they want to wipe out all of the Jews. They called based a letter that says they did 9/11. They called based a letter that says, by Osama bin Laden, that says he did 9/11 because America is too gay, gives women too many rights, doesn't do Sharia law, they are pro-terrorism, okay? They just are. I've covered this all in the past as well. As a matter of fact, I think there's a video. I watched a video recently that went over all of this and compiled it, so I'll give credit to him. Yeah, Rashad Crenshaw. Shout out to Rashad Crenshaw. Good content creator. I like his stuff. I listen to it every once in a while. He made a video. Yeah, here it is. Ethan Klein calls out Hasan's community for being insane. I don't want to watch this video so much as I want to show you some of the things that he brings up. that kind of started all of this, you know? Yeah, here we go. So basically what ends up happening is this post gets posted by a tankie account called Mao Wow, saying, do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that, or do they all believe he hated that they can vote or something? Ethan Klein responds, he quite literally did hate that they could vote. He said that they hated America because of their freedoms. He specifically stated in his writings the reasons: homosexuals, lack of Sharia law, drug use, the Jews, money, yada yada. Yeah, literal fascism. Osama bin Laden was fascist. Not a big hit, right? In response, Frogan tweets, this motherfucker never shuts up, oh my god. Which is what started the Hasan's audience attacking the shit out of Ethan Klein in the last few days. In fact, one of them literally approached Ethan Klein's car while Elo was there with them and started yelling at them, calling them genociders because they are from, Elo is from Israel and was in the IDF.
Never shuts up, oh my...
Mind you, Hasan and this sphere say that every IDF member is a war criminal, who deserves to die because they are killing Palestinians. Mind you, every citizen of Israel is they have compulsory service. So when they slyly say death to the IDF, remember what percentage of Israelis have to be in the IDF. They want death of basically all Israelis. There might not be any exceptions, frankly. When they say that, that's at least what that means, whether they realize it or not. I think they realize it. I think these folks just want Israel as a people and as a country annihilated, which is a funny, I guess, joke if you want to make it like, if you're being edgy or whatever, but as a serious political movement and a group that you align with, pretty cringe. Yeah, Ethan Wood, I like this guy. He's pretty based.
My God, and this is a response to Ethan Klein saying that Osama bin Laden did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states in his writings the reasons: homosexuality, lack of Sharia law, drug use, lending of money, and letting Jews run the country. This is true. This is like the truth.
Like you read the funny thing too. I think it was Denims got banned from Twitch for reading the Osama bin Laden letter. The rest, like Hasan, Frogan, and the rest of the orbiter sphere of Hasan, they were a little more tongue-in-cheek about calling Osama bin Laden based. Denims went on and said, "Oh man, I mean, low-key pretty based. I'm not gonna lie. Holy shit!" She did that whole bit, and it got her banned. So some of them were a little more tongue-in-cheek with their support for Osama bin Laden. Others went whole hog in and got little temporary slaps in the wrists from Twitch for it.
Truth. And here's something I need to say. I'm going to just say it because nobody else is saying it. Some of you leftists are not progressives. You're just hoes.
This is so real.
Suckers.
This is so real.
Y'all need to leave.
This is real.
You don't actually care about progressivism. It's just America bad. Yes, Osama bin Laden hated gay people. He hated LGBTQ rights. Osama bin Laden, in part, attacked America because of that. I don't know why it's so hard.
He said as much in his letter.
Realize and understand that Osama bin Laden really was that crazy. And it has to be something else. It can't be that simple. It's kind of like, for a while, I had a hard time accepting the fact that Russia really was that comically stupid and that comically evil. It was like, there's no way. And then you start reading about killing political opponents, knocking people out of the sky with bombs, Prigozhin.
Fucking taking death row inmates, some SCP Foundation shit, turning them into the criminal battalion that's known for raping their victims when they're done killing them, and then setting them loose in Ukraine. Not the Azov battalion, the what are they called? Fuck. Dylan told me all about this. It's been a while though, so I keep blanking on their name. Wagner Group, thank you. Yeah, I think Prigozhin was the leader of the Wagner Group, funnily enough, coincidentally.
All kind of insanity. And it's like, damn, y'all really are like Makarov. Y'all really are something out of a video game. The reality...
It's some COD shit for sure. It's some legit Call of Duty, plotline type shit. End game Call of Duty villain. Hold on, I want to show more of the the shit that incited this. I don't think he shows the video. Ethan Klein. Let me see if I can find this video. Ain't no way Google Images is only going to show me 2 lines of results for that. What the fuck? Ain't no way. Alright, Twitter it is. Twitter's the only place that's going to have anything recent. Google is useless now. Oh, did you search something that has a popular YouTuber's name in it? Well, Google search image results has 2 lines of results for you. Welcome to the internet. The infinite World Wide Web. Jesus Christ. All right, where's the video? So here's a good example of the type of people that are like big fans of Hasan and the type of shit they say and post, and how stupid they really are. Breaking. Former IDF soldier and birthright trip enjoyer Ela and Ethan Klein feel shocked people feel gross about liking their content and their speech. Zionists will always try to play victim. Ela admitted to going on a foot patrol. These people either don't know that every Israeli citizen born there, which you can't choose where you're born. It's not, real life's not a video game where you can choose your spawn point. A little reminder there. They think that you're a bad person if you were born in Israel because the government made you be in the IDF. Like, they legitimately want all Israelis dead. Or at least most Israelis, because most Israelis are subject to those rules. God. Here, let me see if I can find the video that started all of the shit going on right now in their car. Dude, what is going on? I know Twitter sucks now, but you'd think that like a pretty high up result would be the thing that's going on right now. Here it is. Here it is. So if you're wondering like how it's being posted, like the kinds of people backing this as well, Ethan and Ela Klein are very liberal Jews, with Ethan being heavily pro-Palestine. The other side doesn't care and harasses them in public regardless, because they won't call for Israel's outright destruction. There is a lesson here. I mean, yeah, fair. This person is a Zionist, though. I don't like this account. So yeah, like the Zionist people are seeing this, and they're weaponizing this behavior. Watch this shit. Watch how cringe this is. This just happened like a few days ago.
I was just curious, how come you don't like Sneeko?
Oh, he's a piece of shit. You like him?
Yes. How come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
This guy's apparently a Sneeko fan, but this is the video that started the whole, like, Ethan Klein bad because he doesn't like terrorism thing. Because it ended up getting to the topic of Osama bin Laden.
That's sad. That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
Look in the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. I was just curious.
Yeah. Man, it must suck being, like, famous and having, like, so many haters that you can just get confronted in public by some weirdo with a camera. It's gotta fucking blow, dude. You gotta, like, you're just, like, out in public touching grass, and you gotta be ready for some weirdo who's just left his goon cave for the first time in, like, 10 years to try and, like, epically own you at the park or something. They're just trying to chill, and the turd walks up to harass them. Yeah. I mean, like, to be very clear, when I talk about the harassment that Ethan Klein and Ela have been getting from, like, people on the far right and on the far left for not being in favor of terrorism has been fucking psychotic. You gotta remember, by far the most common form of bigotry in the world is anti-Semitism. Like, you gotta remember, like, Jews still, even in modern day, are the most discriminated against group in the world, period. With a big, fat, red period. And even the left is full of anti-Semitism because anti-Semitism is everywhere. And the left's brand of it is Hasan. It's the people who make excuses for Hamas and the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, groups that are, they align because they see these radical Islamist groups as like against Western, they're against like Western evil and the evil of America and its foreign policy and endless war. Like it's this very like rah anti-America, anti-war, easy to jump on board with. But when you consider these people claim to be in favor of trans rights, gay rights, women's rights, etc., but the groups they back overseas are ideologically opposed to this, it's like, yeah, no, this is the left's brand of anti-Semitism. Your Hassans and whatnot. Your people who are out there reading Osama bin Laden's letter about why he did 9/11, claiming that it's because America is controlled by Jews to push gay, LGBT, pro-women, anti-Sharia law democracy. And they say, oh, well, this is pretty based because the other half of it is about how American foreign policy is bad. The Taliban are not softening up. Just because the Taliban aren't actively marching around with guns and fighting anymore because they have the country doesn't mean they've softened up. You realize one of the first things they did when they got into the country, right now, women are not allowed to go to school. They are not allowed to work. The Taliban literally roamed through the streets of Kabul, broke every window of every female-owned business, burned it. But first, they took every female mannequin out of every clothing store, beheaded them, and then burned the mannequins and the clothing in the street because the clothing was what's the word for it? What's the word for it when it's bad? Haram. The clothing was haram, right? And like women going to school is haram. They enforce Sharia law, and you're not allowed to be a woman and have rights under Sharia law. And these are the groups that these YouTubers in the West who enjoy the most Western life you could imagine are dick riding for. Here, if you guys are curious about the shit that a little while ago, actually, by a little while ago, I mean when the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan, I just want to show you guys what I meant when I said, like, this is what the Afghan people were afraid of and why the majority of people in Afghanistan did not want the U.S. to pull out unless certain agreements had been made with the Taliban. Do you want to know what things are like now under the Taliban? If you didn't comply with this, they did it for you. I'm trying to find a video of it, but here's the news story from Al Jazeera. Taliban orders shop owners to remove heads of mannequins. A video clip showing men sawing the plastic heads off. Oh, okay. Sawing the plastic heads off life-size dummies goes viral on social media. The female mannequins aren't allowed, right? They've got to be wearing men's clothes and presented as male. And obviously, if they're going to be, like, I don't know if you're allowed to put feminine clothing on a mannequin in Afghanistan under Sharia law. I don't know if that's even allowed. Even if it's, like, permitted clothing. I don't know if you're allowed to, like, promote the purchasing of clothes for women, even if it's okay. Like, I don't know if that's even allowed, right? So, yeah, people were giving me shit like, oh, Zan's in favor of U.S. imperialism as long as it's for women's rights. It's like, yeah, I guess. I mean, if that's the situation, I mean, fuck it, I get. If your interpretation of what I've said here is, man, Zan is in favor of U.S. imperialism as long as it protects the rights of gay people, minorities, and women, pretty cringe, then I guess so. Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. I don't know what else to say. I guess so. Yeah. Like if I have to choose, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, if it's for those things, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, tankies, but I actually care about, like, people who are suffering in America as well. So Hasan is just another useful, gullible idiot for, like, both sides seem to have. Pretty much, yeah. Very good way to summarize all of that, Malafors. Well spoken, too. Anyway, guys, If you enjoyed this segment, felt like you learned about the situation, or even just felt entertained, consider donating. Subscribing or gifting a sub on my website helps a ton, helps to keep the lights on and all that stuff. You can like the stream for completely free, or the video, no matter when, where, or what you're watching. Comment down below, subscribe, ring the bell icon. You can also follow my social medias linked down below in the description if you haven't already, including joining my fan Discord, which you really should if you haven't. It is the hub of my fan base. It's completely free to join, and on top of that, I also host game events, call-in streams, watch parties, and a ton of other cool stuff there. I also announce all my new uploads and streams, so if YouTube doesn't tell you, my Discord will. And yeah, with all that said, no matter how you supported me today, thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. What do you guys think? Great seggy? Hell yeah. We got some good, like a good amount of segments done today, too. We're going to do some Minecraft in a little bit. We're playing a little bit of Minecraft. No, Cobby. No, Cobby. Oxpecker, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Very based in Pog. Very, very much appreciated. I don't know how many months that is, so let me know if I mistakenly undercredit you. Thank you for the $10, presumably. Said, keep your guard up. When Keffels put that pickup artist shit on display, Hasan fucking imploded on Christmas Eve. Not gonna lie, dude, even now, that moment was peak savagery. Is Hasan gonna, like, copyright abuse? Is he gonna, like, abuse the copyright system to try to take down my video because it contains that clip? I'm fine with him having a little baby rage meltdown over me, though. He's a little loser. Why won't he fight Sam Hyde? I would love to see Hasan punch a Nazi. Why won't he fight Sam Hyde? He has the opportunity to stick to his guns and actually punch a Nazi, and he won't do it. Like, Hasan's a big dude. He's jacked. He's yoked. He has no reason to say, like, oh, it's an unfair fight, you know? Dude, Sam Hyde's a big, popular Nazi who wants to get in the ring with Hasan. Hasan should take the opportunity. I'd love to see it. Yeah, tankie versus Nazi. It would go crazy, dude. That'd be wild. Anyway. Oxpecker, I appreciate the tier 2 sub. Like I said, it means a lot. Thank you, thank you. I didn't undercredit you, right? Let me make sure you didn't correct the amount there. Okay, it didn't seem like you said anything in chat. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hasan would crush him, not gonna lie. No, he wouldn't. No, Hasan's got, like, yeah. Jiggerath in YouTube chat says it well. Hasan goes to the gym and works out. He might punch a punching bag every once in a while. He's definitely yoked. The thing you gotta remember, though, is that Sam Hyde is on HGH and testosterone and has also been boxing and training people to box for, like, years now. So Sam Hyde out bodies, out skills, out experiences Hasan. Sam is juicing. The only thing is, like, Sam would have to stop juicing for a while to make the fight a little more fair. But yeah. Yeah, no one here could body Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde shirtless. Are you guys ready to see this human growth hormone monster? Gotta make sure I find a real photo. He tagged Hasan Piker in this photo. For a while, he was posting images like that. He's like a human wild boar. That's a great way to describe his build. Yeah, I think this dude is literally just nothing but a hunk of muscle. And even though Hasan is more defined and has a better looking body, it's only better looking. It would not perform better in a fight with this fucking monster. This guy is literally, like, cocked up and ready to go. He's juiced up. He's juicing, publicly juicing. No, Alan Smith, 1943. You haven't seen Sam Hyde box. Sam Hyde shows up at your door shirtless. What do you do? Is he just there to talk? Like, he's not there to, like, beat me up or try to attack me, is he? I mean, if he's there with violent intent, I own guns, so there's not really, like, that's the great equalizer. It doesn't matter how big some dude is. But if he's just there to talk, I'd just be like, yo, why are you here? Are we like, do you want to make a video? I'll make a video with you. I would make a video with Sam Hyde. Absolutely. Guys, would you be mad at me if Sam Hyde showed up on my doorstep, wanted to make a video where it's just like, yo, you want to walk around and like go to a restaurant and like box behind like a gas station, like shadow box behind a gas station, like do some boxing practice? I'd be like, well, if you're gonna make it a video, fuck yeah, let's do this shit. Yeah, hold on, let me put on my shoes. That's how that would go, realistically. Yeah, dude, maybe some of his fans would end up watching my content, end up being less cringe. It's happened before, where, like, content creators who I felt their fans must be so far gone, there's no hope for them. I've had people in my audience say, I came from your video about this guy, I was a fan of his, and you convinced me otherwise. It's like, really? You watched that guy, and my video convinced you not to be that far right. If you say so, dude, that's crazy. I didn't think I had that in me, but alright. Always feels kind of validating, I'll admit. Oxpecker says... Okay, it doesn't seem like any clarification. I think it's just a 1 monther. Just making sure I don't undercredit you. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I do appreciate it. And then Alexia, thank you for the $10 dono. I appreciate that a lot. How kind of you. Thank you, thank you. It helps a ton. Says, Zan, the Rizzler, got the skibbity riz on God. So based and goated with the sauce. Ohio. Zan, please, I didn't do nothing. I have to mog you guys, okay? I'm look maxing, alright? Listen. Nah, Lily Rose. I am in a basement right now. My studio is, I live in Seattle. My studio is in the basement of a Seattle house. So you're close. I guess the Midwest is a little similar to Seattle. Not, like, physically close, but, like, geographically, you know, there's basements in both places. It's understandable why you'd assume it's the same place. All your simps have fainted? God, so fucking stupid. Anyway, thank you for the $10, Alexia. I appreciate it. And then Alexia again with another $10 because of my mogging on the chat. Said mog. Thank you. I did mog you guys very hard. Thank you for the $10, Alexia. You are very kind. It's very appreciated. I see that wood in every house I visited in my childhood. Yeah, I think this is just some very common from the 50s houses, I think is when this was built. Wood paneling. I think it makes sense that you would recognize it because it's pretty common from houses built in this era. Speaking of mogging, how's Mogminer doing these days? I haven't spoken to Mogminer in a hot minute, simply because I haven't spoken to anyone as much in a hot minute. I've been so busy off computer that I haven't been online as much talking to people on Discord and stuff. My IRL's been pretty busy. Sorry, guys. Check inside the bathroom walls. You might find old razors and cool Easter eggs. I'm not going to rip my house apart to find Easter eggs in my walls. Speaking of oh yeah, I already read that one. My bad. All right. Real quick, I'm going to use the restroom real fast, and then it's time for us to play some hardcore Minecraft and chill out while we wind down for the rest of the stream. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. War stays mogging, on God. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It had to happen. You had to get jump scared by me mewing at you. Sorry. Sorry, that's just the rules. That's how we do things around here. Alright. Behold the moggening. Alright, I'm bringing up my mod pack. I'm booting it up. By the way, guys, I'm almost ready to make it fully public so that you guys can play it too and download it for yourselves, and it'll have all the same config, all the same settings as mine, so it'll look exactly the same as mine. You won't have to change anything unless you want to like, change it to your preference. But my Vanilla Essentials mod pack is raw as fuck. It goes absolutely wild. It's great. And I'm excited for you guys to be able to play it yourselves. When you make it public, can you name it the Mog Pack? Nah. It's gonna be called Zan's Vanilla Essentials. War. War stays mogging. On God. No cap. Dude, imagine there's just like 50 Playboy, like 50s or 60s Playboys in the walls. Like, that the construction workers put in here, like, 70 years ago at this point. Good God. That would go crazy. Vanilla plus mod pack, my beloved. Yes. It's really just vanilla, but improving all the visuals and stuff. It's like, the only changes to the fundamental gameplay is the tree capitator mod that, like, takes all the durability of cutting down a tree from your axe and then just breaks the whole tree and drops everything, including the leaves, with one hit. That just speeds things up. You really get no advantage in terms of, like, gameplay besides that. So, yeah. You also have a map mod. I have a map mod installed here that lets you set waypoints and see, like, everything you've rendered. And I like that because exploring in Minecraft is so important and it's one of the most fun things in the game. But when you play vanilla, it's so easy to get lost, and, like, the only way not to is to write down your base coords and to use coordinates to get back home, which just kind of sucks. Opening your coords is, like, a really... I don't know. I don't enjoy having to open my coords to find my way home. It's very immersion-breaking to me. You know what I mean? Anyway, I've updated the bitrate of the stream, so the video quality will be pretty high here. For you guys. Good. All right, we are back in on our Minecraft hardcore world. Let's go. Oh my God. Holy shit. This is so freaking crazy. Yeah, this is a fabric mod pack. So here's my idea. Because eventually this is going to be a pit of super death. I think sooner than later, we need to cover it in glass. Which means I need to go to the beach and get a lot of sand. Oh boy. At least we know where it is. Also, Distant Horizons. Oh, it's cooking. I will never play Minecraft without Distant Horizons again. I'm sorry. It's not an option. You need Distant Horizons. It should be base game. Why does this game not have LODs? I just realized I'm in hardcore, and that was so dangerous. Like, I totally forgot I'm playing hardcore, and I shouldn't make risks like that. But it worked. Minecraft can be so pretty. Yeah. Minecraft is just a pretty game. People need to remember, this game is all about the infinite possibilities this world opens up to you. You are essentially like a demigod in this world. You start out, and, you know, you're definitely weak. You've got, like, there are things that can hurt you. But the idea is that you build yourself up to a point where nothing can even touch you, and you can just transform this world into however you see fit. That's what Minecraft is truly about. It's not a survival game. It's not a adventure progression game about boss fights. There are boss fights. There are things to do. There are things to fight. There's progression to be had. But that's all just the journey to getting your full enchanted netherite and, you know, turning this world into the thing you have in your mind, whatever that may be. It's up to you. Anyone else not able to access PV's Amplify server anymore? I'm trying to get back so I don't miss the next watch party. Oh, shit. I'll have to look into that. Is it gone or something? I don't know why it'd be gone. That's weird. It might just be you. More likely than not, it's just you. But I'll have to update you on that if anything happened. Dude. Oh, man, I forgot how big the cave system we were on top of was. Dude, look at this. This is gorgeous. The cave update really did, like the full cave update. When it wasn't fully added to the game, the cave update was really lackluster when we only had part of Caves and Cliffs. But the full Caves and Cliffs update, like everything all together in the game, oh man, it's perfect. The game's really in a good spot right now, I feel. And I think it's going in a good direction. The new announcements Mojang put out about how they're going to handle updates now does have me excited for vanilla Minecraft, but man, modded is going to get shafted. Unless they make updating mods easier, modding is going to get so shafted with the, like, twice-a-year updates. Although then again, the, like, release versions were already kind of a thing, you know? Like, 1.12, and then 1.12.1, and then 1.12.2. But I wonder how hard it is to, like, make the next version after. Yeah, where's the fucking modding API, goddammit? The Ogscast made a song about that 13 years ago. Where's the modding API? I forgot how the song goes, but it's a banger. Yeah, the cave update saved this game. Like, people were begging for it for a long time, and it's fun to go back and enjoy those old spaghetti caves from time to time, but let's be real. Without this cave update, the game would be in a much worse place. It's really on a good road right now. It hasn't always, but it's on a good road right now, and I'm pretty happy with how things are going. Spaghetti caves still exist. I mean in the sense that, like, spaghetti caves were the caves, you know? Like, to an extent, I do kind of miss the days where caves were so spaghetti that whenever you got one of those big openings where it was just, like, an immense cavern, it was a huge deal. Like, you would just, like, break in and just see nothing but blackness in a massive cavern that you couldn't see any wall of, and you'd be so filled with excitement because that was such a big deal. And you were so likely to find a lot of stuff there. Ooh, iron. Yeah, the Nether update was huge, you're right. I need to be careful mining this because we're right above a huge cavern, and we don't want to fall down that. We really don't. Intro of blackness, then redness, then whiteness. God, it's so sad what happened to Tobuscus, man. You know he's a conservative car ranter now, right? He's friends with Kyle Rittenhouse and supports Trump, believes vaccines are evil, all that. Very racist now, obviously. Is he? Yep. Tobuscus is a Nazi now, and obviously a rapist. He got outed as a rapist, he fell off. He got super Me Too'd, and it made him hate women and minorities. Pretty, you know, pretty standard route for how people get to that point. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yep. Yep. A sizable amount of internet normies thought he lost as equally as the creep Sneeko. Yeah, I remember Tobuscus from way back when... Yeah, even his assault was a thing too? Yeah. Dude, who remembers when Philip DeFranco accidentally leaked that Tobuscus flopped his dick around at his Super Bowl party in front of a bunch of YouTubers? I'll explain. So, I'm going to ballpark the years here. These are not the actual years. Let's say in 2016, Philip DeFranco throws a Super Bowl party. And a bunch of YouTubers are there. Just an insane amount of influencers are there. Philip DeFranco has a mansion. It was a massive mansion party for the Super Bowl, right? And Philip DeFranco sort of vague tweets about a big YouTuber doing something extremely inappropriate at his party. And then goes on to explain what this big YouTuber did, but does not go into detail about who it was, or give enough info to determine who it was. And there's just too many possible suspects to point fingers at anyone, right? He talks about how a particular YouTuber at his Super Bowl party went there, and at one point after getting very drunk and probably high, pulled out his penis and proceeded to, thrust it at a female guest at the party, insisting that she was into him and wanted to go home with him. Mind you, I think he was there with another girl already, so he was cheating on the girl he was there with to sexually harass this woman. And was super drunk, made a big scene, everybody, he was forced to leave, all that, right? Yeah, this is sexual assault, right? But Philip DeFranco doesn't say who did this, right? And just, it keeps the identity completely anonymous. And then let's say, for the sake of argument, in 2017, it comes out publicly that Tobuscus has some public rape accusations against him, right? And it ends up super canceling him. When covering the story, Philip DeFranco goes on to say, I don't know for a fact if these allegations are true, because it is fairly he said, she said. However, I can say for a fact that Tobuscus did something really inappropriate at an event or a party that I threw, and I based on his behavior there, I find this very believable. So based on those two statements, basically, I assume he forgot that he had said the previous thing. He had given too much information, and people were able to put together that it was Tobuscus at the Super Bowl party who had pulled out his dick and thrusted it into that woman's face, basically, and demanded that she sleep with him. Really sad, too, because Tobuscus was one of my favorite YouTubers growing up. If I was, a bit older and had the ability to, make money, get a job and make money, or, have an allowance or something, I probably would have had a Tobuscus shirt. Me too, Zan? Yeah, I love me some Tobuscus. It was real sad. My Bill Cosby. Gen X, I feel, had, Bill Cosby as, their massive, yeah, is a very, family-oriented, lovable guy, real silly and lovable. You'd never think he'd do something evil. And then he does, and it's well, my childhood's fucking ruined. That was Bill Cosby for Gen X. Tobuscus was that for Gen Z. I grew up watching Bill Cosby. Damn. See, I've talked about this in the past, but I've got a general older audience lean compared to most YouTubers. I'd be curious to see what most lefty content creators have as their age demographics compared to mine, because I'd almost bet that I've got a generally older audience than even Vosh. I'm 26, Zan. Do not call me old. You're older than me. Sorry. These are the rules, Alexia. I'm sorry. You're not old. In all seriousness, 26 is still, I feel, older than the majority of even the average lefty content creators audience. I don't know. I feel like on average I've got an older audience. I've got a more mature audience, like a fine wine. That's how I like it. Am 19? Well, you would be on the younger side of things, believe it or not, Alan Smith. If my YouTube audience demographics don't lie, I've got more fans that are in their 30s to 40s than are in their teens. To be fair, I'm streaming Minecraft right now, so you guys are all my younger audience, to be fair. You're likely to be in your 20s or your later teens because I'm streaming a game. But when I'm doing politics, my audience really leans on the older side. Not old, but you know what I mean. Older than me. Older than the average, content viewer on YouTube, even. I'm as old as you and feel immature. Sorry about that, Coin Dog. Embrace the immaturity, though. Immaturity is freedom. Man, my nose keeps itching. What the hell? See, this is why we pack way too many pickaxes. Because it's actually not enough pickaxes. As I said in the previous stream, I recommend to everybody watching that you, at some point, if you have a Minecraft world, especially if it's a new Minecraft world, and you're trying to find things to do early on, mine out a whole chunk. F3G and, just dig out the outline of a chunk and mine all the way down to bedrock, and then start your diamond strip mine at the best diamond mining level. I'll show you guys my technique once we get down there, but that is my advice to you guys for mining in Minecraft, especially on hardcore, because caves will kill you. Yo, Hash, good to see ya. There better be a capybara mod in there. Sadly, Hash, I've got no content addition mods here. This is all just overhauling the general look of the game. Even my animations, check me out. I've got like little bobs as I walk around. It's cute. And on top of that, look at these llamas. Look at how they walk around. They've got animations. Their eyes move around. Hey, I see you, motherfucker. What do you think you're doing? Bro thinks he's sneaky. I played Minecraft before it was even out. You mean like back when it was on forums when Notch would post cave game builds for people to play and give him feedback on? Like before there was even like a place to buy it? He's not paying rent, that's what he's doing. Yeah, that guy's not paying rent to live in my hole. What the fuck? You gotta pay the troll toll if you want to live inside my hole. That's an It's Always Sunny reference. Minecraft is my nostalgia game. Me too. Everybody's, like, in my generation, though, has, like, a bit of nostalgia around Minecraft. Let's be real. Why haven't you killed the Wandering Trader yet? Wait, hold on, you're right. I need leads. Sorry, sir. Wait, hold on. Let's check his trades first. He might have something good. Ooh, the moss ain't bad. Besides the buckets of tropical fish, I would probably never buy anything here, realistically, so... Sorry, buddy. Oh, no, I intend to kill both of you. Don't worry. I intend to kill both of you guys. Thank you. I appreciate your leather and your leads. Yeah, the leads are very useful, guys. Whenever I find a Wandering Trader, I always make sure to kill them and steal those leads. You can't... Well, you can craft them, but... I don't know. We're not going to be able to craft them until we find slimes, which is going to be once we've dug this down much lower, so, for now, this is our only source of leads. Is that the physics mod? Yes, I have the physics mod on here, too. I played the 360 version of MC. A lot of people got into Minecraft from that, but I started way before that was even a thing. Dude, it was so wild. When I was in middle school, in 6th grade, was when I discovered Minecraft and got really into it. And there were only 2 other kids at my entire school. My buddy Sean, and a kid I really hated and didn't get along with named David. And, we were the only kids in the school who even knew what Minecraft was. And so the fact that we all played Minecraft... I was friends with Sean, like really good friends with Sean, but David, we didn't get along. And, despite that, we did get, like, we would, like, have pleasant conversations over Minecraft because there was no one else to talk to Minecraft about, like, in person in our lives, being, like, 6th graders who went to a school where only 2 other kids knew what Minecraft was, because that's how early on it was, right? This is 2011. It wouldn't be until a year later or so when it ended up coming out on Xbox, and all of a sudden, mind you, like... Remember that era where you would get made fun of for playing Minecraft because it was like a cringe kids game that everyone quit and who played that anymore? That era happened before anyone played it too, because that was the perception of it as well. And the same people ended up reverting once they grew out of Minecraft, even though they would eventually come back to it, right? And so Minecraft blew up in popularity when it came out on Xbox, and everyone was playing it all of a sudden. As you can imagine, nobody gave me any credit whatsoever for being that one guy who was really into it like a year ago. And so I was a little salty about that. And then, of course, a few years later, when Minecraft fell out of favor, all those same people pretended like they never liked it, you know? And then now we're back in an era where everyone's flipped back, and everyone is nostalgic about Minecraft again, and so everyone's like, ah, yeah. Yeah, okay, we love Minecraft, even if it's cringe sometimes. We like it because of nostalgia. And it's like, all right, they finally settled. Do I watch Hermitcraft? Not really. I've watched some of the creators that are in Hermitcraft, but it's not my cup of tea. I might give it a watch, like modern Hermitcraft to watch, and maybe I'll like it. I just don't remember liking it when I was younger, so maybe I'd like it now. It is like the only running like big SMP series, to be fair, so I wonder if I could get on Hermitcraft. That'd go kind of crazy. You think I'm a big enough YouTuber to get on Hermitcraft, or am I too small? I feel like I'm big enough to get on Hermitcraft. I might be too controversial and too political. That would probably be the only holdup, realistically. But I play Minecraft. I'm streaming it right now. Hop on Hermitcraft, question mark, question mark. Yeah, you guys, you know what? Start the hashtag, Xanderhall for Hermitcraft. Let's see what happens. Get that going on Twitter. See if you can get me into a big Minecraft SMP. That would go fucking crazy. Dig straight down? Nah, bro. Nah, that's actually bad advice. I don't know if you know that, but that's actually not good. You're not supposed to dig straight down. Like, I don't know if you're aware, but, like, that's actually really bad. You're not supposed to do that. Like, that's actually, like, one of the #1 rules of Minecraft, is that you never dig straight down. I discovered Minecraft when I was in 9th grade, and that was 2019, and I used to play it all the time with my friends, and I still play it to this day. I had the best time playing after school back in the day. That's wild that you got into it so late in life, and so late into the game's life, you know what I mean? That's been disproven, actually. No, it hasn't, I assure you. Digging straight down in Minecraft is not safe. Especially in hardcore. Don't do it. No matter how low of a chance it gets to be that you'll fall in lava or a cave, you still shouldn't do it. I know, I know. There are people here who will take that shit seriously. Not everyone here is as smart as you. What do you mean? Zan, should I attempt a hardcore run? Well, I wouldn't call it a run, because you're not trying to speed run the game and beat it, necessarily. Or at least I'm not. I'm just, this is my on-stream world. I want to see how long I can survive in hardcore and not die on this world. I think it'd be cool. Creeper in pit. Imagine a creeper just fucking walks in here. Creeper in pit. Nah, you're trolling. You're trolling. I'll mute you if you're trolling. You're getting muted for a minute. You're getting a 1-minute timeout for that one, Lay Joker. You're just gonna sit in the corner for 1 minute and you're gonna think about it, okay? You're gonna think about what you've done. You could have given me a heart attack. I could have had a heart condition. Survival mode's always the most fun. Obviously, yeah, it's the best way to play Minecraft. I don't disagree with you there. The Joker? More like the Woker. Yeah, Joker, you'll be back in like 30 seconds, don't worry. Oh, by the way, chat, I'm curious where everyone is watching from tonight. What country, or, I mean, if you feel comfortable saying state, are you watching from? Okay, guys, I just realized we're going to start really piling up our inventory with stone and dirt and other stuff, so we should probably make some chests and just place it right next to this, and then fill it up. Oh my god, oh yeah. How do you guys like spiders? What do you guys think of what I've done with spiders? Let me see if I can get it to climb to chase me. I'm going to hit it, and I'm going to get it to walk up a hill. Come here, spider. Yeah, come here, buddy. Oh yeah, let's see if I can get it to like crawl up this. Yeah, go down. Oh no, get down there. Get down there. Yeah, do your little spider. Yeah. Yeah, look what I've done with spiders, guys. Oh, they're spooky. They're actually scary now. Hell nah. I showed that to Balth. I got Balth to play this version, and Balth was very upset. Balth said something along the lines of, how the fuck did you make Minecraft spiders scary to me? The one game where the spiders don't scare me, and you managed to make them scary. I felt very proud of myself, I'm not gonna lie. Picture of George Bush standing in front of the sign that says mission accomplished. Me as fuck. We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling. Hey Zan, hey chat. I got back from my anthropology class. How we doing? Pretty good, Ride the Rails. We wrapped up topics. They were pretty good today. We had a good time. And now we're just vibing out and cooling down with some Minecraft. I actually have to use the restroom again because, you know, I fucking dominated that Monster Energy earlier, so after I finish this layer, I'm gonna make another quick bathroom break. Hey Intel Fox, good to see ya. I'll love to see where all you guys are from. Czech Republic, Taiwan. Damn, you guys are from all over the place. God, you know, I never think about that, but like when I was growing up, I remember it being so fucking crazy to me when I got like around 10 or 11 when I got into YouTube, because that was my first exposure to just real random people from other countries. And I know that sounds crazy if you're like an adult on the internet now, because you probably have a VC you go to, or you've got like a friend from like Brazil, a friend from the Philippines, a friend from the UK, a friend from like India. Like that's pretty normal now. But when I was a kid and I would watch YouTubers, it was so cool that some YouTubers I would watch were from completely different countries, and they would talk about what it's like to just go to the store in another country and get like the brands that are popular in other countries, names of the stores in other countries. It's just so like cool and unique and new to me. And the craziness of that has kind of worn off, but like when you think about it, there's a similar effect in that a lot of you guys watching me now, a lot of my own fans are from completely different countries who like with cultures and lives like pretty different than mine. Like I'm pretty sure I've got fans who live in Japan, and I know enough about Japan to know that like I would have significant culture shock if I would live there, you know? So it's just interesting to think about that people are watching me who come from like totally different places. I think I'd have the biggest culture shock in Canada, to be honest. I agree, Zan. When I was growing up, the only people I knew who weren't from Canada was British family who lived on the same airbase as me. Yeah, like you're Canadian. I get that same feeling because you're from Canada. That's not America. South Korean viewers in chat? How many South Koreans in chat? Hypers, if you're South Korean, let's go. I also love that like American politics YouTubers have such a like diverse audience, like internationally, because American politics is so interesting and so impactful that you non-Americans can't help but like keep your eyes on what's going on in American politics. It's just so much more interesting than what's happening in your countries. We really are the main characters, we Americans. But really though. But actually, though. But unironically. First time in chat. Hello from Portland, Oregon. Hell yeah. Welcome, Caljo. Welcome to the website. I hope you enjoy your stay. We're just winding down for the day with a little bit of Minecraft hardcore. I am digging out an entire chunk all the way down to bedrock as the start to my mine. Call me crazy, but I think it's pretty dope. Alright. As I said before, once I finish that layer, I was going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to do that now. And, yeah. I'll BRB, chat. Don't go anywhere. Am I going to break bedrock? How cool would that be if we broke the bedrock at the bottom and built, like, a glass floor? So when you stand on the glass floor, it's just a, like, if the glass broke, you would fall into the void. That would be a cool design. Dangerous, but so fucking cool. I'll see if that's possible, and we might do that. Anyway, I'll be right back, chat. I need to use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Alrighty. We are back. Thank you for excusing me, chat, and thank you for your patience. Did you make brown bricks? Is that a reference to shitting, or are you talking about the Minecraft mud brick item? You guys saw I was gone for like a minute or something, right? Like, how fast do you think I shit? What the hell? I'm sorry, Oxpecker. Does the website not save your login info? Oh, I would actually, not sponsored by the way, but LastPass. Highly recommend LastPass. It's a password manager. It's an add-on for your browser, and it just like saves all your passwords that you save into it. Everything's encrypted. It's totally safe. As far as I use it myself, so you know, I trust it. Yeah, like you can make your passwords unguessable and incomprehensible, and you don't have to remember them either, because the password manager is so good, and it stores your stuff like in a cloud but encrypted. So if you log in to your LastPass on like a new device, you get all your logins on there as well, and it autofills everything, so you don't have to worry about like losing your device or anything. Literally not sponsored, just that's why I use it. It's a good program. So if you're tired of logging in and out of shit, just for the password management aspect, you might want to use LastPass, just because it'll autofill everything. It's like a special add-on for autofilling your login. I use the built-in Opera one. There's a password manager built into Opera. I mean, I don't know how reliable it is, but LastPass is pretty legit in my experience, so if my endorsement matters, then that's what I endorse. There you go. You know what I'm gonna do? I got an idea. Here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, hold on. I got an idea here for how I'm gonna do my lighting here. I don't know why I'm talking like Elvis. Okay, I'm gonna put one there. Watch this, chat. I am absolutely mogging right now. War stays mogging, on God. Holy shit. Is that an ender? Oh, that's a zombie. I swear I saw like the eyes of an enderman on the hill, and I was gonna say Herobrine? Herobrine? Nope. Oh, look at the moon. Ah, the moon's finally full moon. Look at that. Oh. Get back, fiend. Oh, look at that moon. See, that's that 3D cube moon mod. No way did bro just figure out how to use a ladder just to get to me. You asshole. You're a dick. Yeah, die. Bitch. Been learning about Native American Removal Act in U.S. history. God damn, it's dark. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some skeletons in our closet as a nation, don't we? Yeah, the walkers are evolving. Carl! The walkers, they're evolving. They're learning how to climb ladders, Carl. One came down a ladder to get me in a pit, Carl. I didn't believe it. They're getting smarter. What are we gonna do, Carl? Ender Dragon in the pit with you. Okay, that's a good one. I'll let you get away with that one, Jonkler. Private property is theft. Oh yeah, was that zombie a communist trying to come and take away my God-given private property I've taken over here? Think he can come in here and set up some kind of like Chaz or Chop on my land? Nah, when these mobs come in, try to protest peacefully, quote unquote, they're gonna be hit with my iron sword, I tell you what. Oh wait, there's no torch there for me to break. Yoink. Don't worry about it. They're not, like, as I make this higher, or as I get lower, there's a less and less chance of any mobs dropping down here to get me, because they don't want to fall to their death or take a significant amount of damage just to get to me. Like, once I get a bit lower, like a few more layers lower, there's, like, no risk of mobs coming down here. The only real risk would be phantoms, and once I cover this in glass, they won't be able to get down here at all. That boy ain't right. What the hell, Bobby? What the hell is a pussy? Is that what you and your friends are talking about at school? Whoa! I can't do a good Hank Hill impression, I'm sorry. Phantoms, that thing I totally fucking regret voting for. Yeah, those guys. Yeah, forgot about them. You have to channel his narrow urethra? True. I've got a narrow urethra. Well, goddammit, Peggy, I can't help that I got a flat ass and a narrow urethra. And that boy ain't right.
Dad, I just found out what a furry is. Dad, look at this concept art I drew for my future fursuit on my fursona on DeviantArt.
Whoa! Bobby, what the hell? Bobby, what the hell is a DeviantArt? What the hell is a furry? My God, Bobby.
Dad, it's just my DeviantArt account. It's a lifestyle, Dad.
I'm sorry. Your Hank Hill impression is gold, is it really? Whoa! I've not seen the Meat Canyon King of the Hill video. No, I haven't, unfortunately. Your Hank Hill sounds a little bit like Dutch Vanderland. Really?
I have a plan. Arthur, listen to me, Arthur. We just need a little more money. We can go to Tahiti.
That's more Dutch Vanderland, I think. I'm not good at impressions, but I try my best. I don't have good vocal range, but there's some impressions I can do with what vocal range I have. I haven't heard anyone do it as well as you in forever. Huh. Damn. I think if I practice impressions, maybe I could get good at it. People, like, seem to compliment them a lot. I don't feel like they're that good, though. I feel like y'all are gassing me up. I don't think it's legit. Voice training hurts? Yeah, I imagine it does, because you gotta, like, fuck up your vocal cords and then unfuck them in a good way. If that makes sense. That's kind of how I imagine voice training works. You gotta fuck and then unfuck your vocal cords all over the place. Basically, yep. Listen, you know, I may be a cis guy, but I really understand the trans experience, you know. I totally get it. And, you know, can I say the T-slur now? Like, come on, guys. Like, you know, I've been fighting the good fight with y'all. Come on, like, can I say it? No. Nah. Never. Honorary trans. Yeah, no, man. Like, I've argued with, like, a lot of homophobes online. I can basically say it now, you know? Like, I'm cool, you know? I'm just cool like that. We have to confer with the council before you can answer. Yeah, you gotta get into the global Zoom call. Sorry, I forgot. I don't want to speed up the proceedings more than I already have. I apologize. You know, that one Zoom call, the global one with all of the transes in it. That have ever lived. Y'all don't know about that? Damn, that's crazy. I'm sorry. My bits are a little silly tonight, okay? But you guys probably like it. I feel like I'm making some good funnies today. Our Zoom call where we plot to destroy America with communism? Yeah, you know, where you guys get together and you figure out how you're going to put more references to trans people in, like, the next Call of Duty, and, like, how you're going to make Geralt, like gay or whatever, you know? It's like, yeah, let's go. Let's do this, you know? All right, we're going to need a lot of glass, so it's time for us to go to the beach. We got to make, like, Sam Bridges and go to the beach. God, this, oh my God. Chat, let me just... I am placing blocks in shit 'cause I'm in fucking Minecraft. Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. I don't know the rest really to heart. I know I played Minecraft for so long, but I always turn off my music. That is an absolutely gorgeous skyline, though. I love Distant Horizons. How does anyone play without this mod? It literally makes your game run better than without it. It's a performance enhancement and visual improvement mod. There's no reason to ever not have Distant Horizons unless it doesn't exist for your version. I also have a mod that adds, like, more visual effects. There's, like, little splashes, and if I, like, wah, there I go. And if I, like, I think if I swim and, like, make a wake, yeah. It's pretty neat. It's pretty, kind of cool, you know? Oh, my God. Is that a fucking pig? Because I am fucking Steve. Wait, what? Yo, no homo, chat. No homo. No homo, chat. Listen. I'm not gay, okay? Chat. Calm down. Man, I could really go for a drink of water right now. But no homo. No homo. You know. I love that bit. You just say something that has absolutely nothing to do and could in no way be interpreted as, like, gay. And you just say, like as quick as possible, frantically, but no homo, though. It's one of my favorite things to do. I love it. Xander gay confirmed. You guys wish. But, like, actually, though, you guys really do wish. It's kind of crazy. I'm afraid I like women. And I simply do not feel that way about men. Maybe, like, femme non-binary people? But I don't think that would make me not straight, would it? I don't know. If I'm being honest, sexuality is just a label that, or are just labels that we ascribe to things. But in all honesty, just generally, like, femme presentation and femme biology is what I'm attracted to, so that's what I go for. Doesn't change the fact that trans women are real women. Even if that's not, like, what I'm going after in the dating market. Like, I'm not going after women that are, like, twice my height or 5 times my age. Doesn't mean I don't think they're real women. I think it's important to clarify because a lot of, even normies believe this misconception that a lot of trans people and trans activists think that you can't if you're not attracted to trans people, then you must be transphobic. Or in the sense, or if it's like, if you wouldn't date a trans person, then you must be transphobic. I will say, if you're like never attracted to a trans person, you're probably just lying, because there's definitely attractive trans people that look good. There's a difference between thinking someone looks attractive and being attracted to them, right? Anyway, people get real worried about, like, trans activists thinking they're transphobic just because they're not into trans people. And I can assure you, no one's calling me transphobic because I'm not into trans people sexually. Like, there was a time when people did call me transphobic for that at one point, to be fair, but it was a very small group, and they were completely laughed at and absolutely ratioed by me when I responded. So they really don't have much of a platform to stand on, those folks. Yeah, genital preferences are completely fine. Nothing wrong with it. I don't think most trans people have a problem with it because, frankly, I think most trans people would prefer you were upfront, polite, and straightforward and respectful about your genital preferences and got that out of the way quick so there's no awkward moments of anything else having to happen, you know? It's like... I don't know. I think generally most trans people would agree. That's fine to have those preferences and to even be open about them, because it helps to alleviate fear of very real, horrific things that happen to trans people that we're just not going to get into because we're trying to have fun and play Minecraft right now. Let's not make this a depressing topic. Calling people transphobic for not being attracted to transgender people is both cringe, pathetic, and actually transphobic, lol. Yeah. Yeah, people are allowed to have their own preferences, obviously. Let's smelt up our shit. In the meantime, I need to make some more... pickaxes. Like, a fair amount of them, too. We need quite a few pickaxes. Woo! That's a lot of iron we just used, but honestly, it's going to be worth it in the end, I promise, chat. Trust me, it's not like we're going to need to use it on armor or anything anytime soon, so we've got plenty. We got plenty of iron. I'll stow this, stow this. Yeah, we are set. Alrighty. Shit. Stream dropped out for a second. Oh, geez. Are we back? Okay, that just seemed to be a very small network hiccup. And hopefully the last and only one. Yeah, that was just for a second. Yeah, okay, we're back. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, we good. Sorry about that, chat. Here, very quickly, let me stop and have my Nature Valley Crunch chocolate dipped super epic bar thing so I can fill my stomach with something, because I'm a little peckish, okay? I needed myself a snack. I need myself a snack so I can go for a full 6-hour stream. We're only 4 hours and 40 minutes in. Man, these are so good. All right. Okay. I apologize for my brief snacking, but I was peckish. I needed something to eat, something in my stomach, and now I feel nice and recharged and ready to go for another hour and a half. Let's keep this Minecraft train a-rolling. Ayo! Shoutouts to some kind people in chat. Oh my god. Oh no, is the stream gonna keep dying? That's unfortunate. Aw, dude. Guys, I don't think it's gonna get better. Should I keep streaming through it or wrap up stream now? Like, read the donos that just came in and wrap up stream now. Should I keep streaming through it? It might stop. Keep going. I'm down to keep watching. Should I just... Okay, I'll keep going. People in chat say, keep going. Alrighty. Hopefully my computer shapes up and stops having weird issues. I think it's probably my network. Even though they did just upgrade the infrastructure. This is the first problem we've had, but... if it goes away right now, then the situation will have been made way better. To be fair, it is 6 p.m. right now. I wonder if it's just my node in my neighborhood being oversold. I wonder if the reason why my bandwidth is wavering is it's 6:39 p.m. and people in my neighborhood are probably getting home from work right now, turning on their TVs and starting up Netflix, streaming in 4K, downloading stuff, uploading stuff for work. Just a lot of internet traffic probably just spiked. Like 6:30 p.m. is like, what, 30 minutes to an hour after rush hour? Yeah, everyone's home right now. Just now settling down for the night, so it makes sense. It's probably a network thing. And even with the infrastructure upgrades, there'll still probably be problems. That sucks, but I am living in a city, you know. Densely populated area. It happens. It does seem like we're better now. So I don't know if we have much more to worry about. As long as it's that intermittent, I'll just keep pushing through, and we'll be fine. Oh yeah, I was about to read some donos. Let me finish up this layer, and then I'm going to read the very kind donos we just got. Speaking of which, just like those kind folks, if you want to support the stream and help me keep a roof above my head and the lights on, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website. It helps a ton. I really do appreciate it. Or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. Or buying merch, the Streamlabs link down below. On top of that, even if you are not able to donate or don't want to, you can support me for totally free by just hitting the like button. If you haven't already, make sure to do that. Every thumbs up on this stream, on my videos, on everything, as much as you can do it, helps a ton. And so do comments. If you like and comment on everything, then I love you. For real. You are the GOAT if you like and comment everything, on everything, you know? Like, that's so big. It takes like half a second. You can just type for the algorithm, and it helps immensely, so I really do appreciate it. Bye. Do you do that? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Wait, fuck, that sheep. Are you doing animal impressions in chat? What is going on?
What are you doing, mate? Are you absolutely bonkers? Have you gone batty?
Any Britbongers in chat? Anyone living in Ingerland right now?
Are you mental?
Me? Sorry about this, Galaxy Bomb.
Are you mental? Are you absolutely fucking crazy? Are you batty, bruv?
Turf Islanders. Like I said before, it's so wild how diverse my audience is in terms of international, you know? Like where people come from. That's really interesting to me. I like that. It's just so cool. The internet really is something special, and that's one of the most special things about it. Like, there's a lot of negative things about the internet, a lot to hate about it, but that is objectively a great thing. Also, is this rain not, like, super loud for you guys, too? Let me know if it was, and if so, then you guys gotta let me know that the rain is, like, insane next time, because that's horrible. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna sleep really fast to make the rain go away. I can only assume that was, like, god-awful loud. Oh, man. My nose was itchy, and I took my hand off the mouse, and I fell off the ladder. Yeah, you missed all of the politics. Ooh, look at the moon.
I'm gonna piss on the moon, you idiot! I'm pissing on the moon!
Alright, go to music and sounds. Alright. Yeah, we'll have a little music. Little music's okay. We have a little music as a treat. Where did our, background music go? Where'd our lo-fi? Did I not loop it? What the heck? There we go. Alright, back to Minecraft. What the hell? Alright. We're just good old boys doing what Gandalf said. That song is so stuck in my head, and it will be forever. Like, that's never leaving. I'm gonna be on my deathbed, and that's gonna be one of my last thoughts. How crazy is that? You ever think about the fact that there are meme videos that are so funny and stuck in your head that you're probably gonna think about them, like, while you're dying? Like, think about that for, like, a second. Isn't that weird? Maybe I'm alone in this, but I'll definitely have a hard time not thinking about that one funny YouTube video from 36 years ago or whatever when I pass away. I'm like on my deathbed and I'm just like and they're like, why are you laughing? I'm just thinking about this really funny YouTube short I saw. When? In 2036. Before I do, Zan, will you host an event for your viewers chilling with you on a game? Yeah, I mean, like, I do gaming events. There's actually, during Christmas, I'm hoping to do the first 12 days of Christmas after having moved to Seattle, to do the modded server, all Christmas themed and everything, where we build a cool Christmas village. Neat. Worst days mogging. Man, we're gonna need so much more sand. Back to the beach. We gots to make like sand bridges and go back to the beach. Man, look at that. Look at that. Distant horizons. This runs better than, like, without it. Little reminder. Ooh, lava waterfall. Damn. I forget what this seed was, but it was something really silly. So go back and watch some of my older streams from, like, the last few, and you'll figure out which one I started this world in, and you'll be able to see what seed I chose. Yeah, I gotta carefully climb down this, or I could die of fall damage. Nice. Oh my god, I'm so skilled. I'm so skilled. MLG water bucket level fucking skill. I'm just so good at this game. Just do /seed, Zan? Wow, okay, fine. Be like that. You know, you could have just gone and looked for it, but fine, there you go. You wanted the seeds so bad. Jesus. There you go, guys. Are you happy now? Fuck, get off my back. Sorry, lol. Bro, get off my dick! There's the seed, fine, there you go. God! Stop nagging me! You happy? Yeah, get that seed. Oh, yeah. Wait, chat, why are you all asking for, and I quote, Zan's seed? Guys, like, I said I loved you, but I didn't mean it like that. Like, there are different types of love, chat. Like, you should be old enough to understand this. Oh god, need to get to the surface. There we go. We need to mine up clay. I've got a really cool idea for our house design. It goes crazy. We're gonna incorporate bracks. Are you gonna read donos? Yes, I am. Just give me a moment. I'm doing something right now. My bad. I do appreciate the donos. It's just I wanna finish what I was doing, you know? I lose my train of thought easily, okay? I might have ADHD, I'm not going to lie. Like, the checkboxes are marked. I have some pretty early memories of teachers suggesting to my mom that I go on medication for ADHD. So I'm pretty certain that I had ADHD. At least when I was younger. As an adult, possibly. I don't want to jump the gun on diagnosis on that, though. Like, self-diagnosing ADHD, I don't know. There's just something so, like, trendy Gen Z about that. Like, in my mind, I don't know. Of just, like, assuming you have ADHD. It's very possible I'm just a forgetful fuck. Like, I may be just attributing to disability what is just me being a forgetful fuck, you know? I could be perfectly neurotypical and still forget things all the goddamn time. That is very much a possibility. Gotta keep that in mind. You don't age out of ADHD? Isn't there a reason why they do adult and child diagnosis of these things? It might have something to do with medical records of children or something, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure there's like adult diagnosis and child diagnosis of things like anything like that that has to do with mental disability, right? I got spicy ADHD, aka hyperactive ADHD. That sounds like me, but also sometimes I'm tired, so, eh. Like I said, don't want to speculate too much. Maybe I have it. One day I'll visit a professional, and I'll tell them everything. And OBS, get your shit together. Holy shit! Whoa! This is bad. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. I need to kill this guy. Okay. I got him. He's down in a tunnel. Okay, that was really close. That was a bad situation. Dude, OBS dunked out on me. It distracted me, and I fell in a hole with the zombie villager, baby. Those things, oh, they just grind your health down, even in full iron on hardcore. Not fun. Dude, there's so many noises in here from the ambient sound effects mod. What the fuck was that? That was a zombie villager. A baby zombie villager, to be precise. That is in the base game. That is vanilla. I think it would have grown up if I cured it. Like, if I cured that baby zombie villager, I could have grown it up and it would have had a... Like, oh, no, we can't. We can't. You're gonna go full zero. Please? I said the magic words, OBS. Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, I said the other magic words, too. Now, can we keep it working? Thank you, OBS. Thank you. Man. The only thing I can think of that could be a problem is either A, maybe someone in chat was right and my PC's CMOS battery is dying and it's causing weird motherboard problems. That could be the cause of that. I also blue screen, like, once in a blue moon. Very rarely, but, like, I don't know, once, like, a few times a year. But it's usually, like, when I'm doing something intensive and haven't restarted my PC in a while. Oh, no, we're not good. We're not good. God. Man, YouTube's just... I should say my internet's just screwing me. I need to get my hardware replaced by my ISP. Yeah, my text font being different is indeed a texture pack, yeah. It is part of the mod pack, by the way. Like, when the mod pack comes out, everything will be included. It'll look exactly like my game, don't worry. And if you like any particular mods or resource packs, you'll be able to pull them from this. And use them on your mod packs. It's not YouTube's fault. It's most certainly, like, just the fact that a lot of people are getting online right now, and it's making my internet fucky. I should run a speed test and see if it fixes it. Let me run a speed test really fast and see what happens. Let's see. Download speed is like damn near 1,000. So download speed is amazing. Let's see what my upload speed is. Donos and wrap things up while I can, because stream's not going to get any better. It's going to require a PC restart to make this go away, but before next stream, my PC will have been restarted, so we'll probably have a few streams without issue. I do apologize. It really does suck, but, you know, the situation is not great. While we have stability, I'm going to read donos. Thank you so much for supporting me and joining me today, by the way. I do appreciate it. Alexia, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub to SSW Braydu. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. It means a lot. Thank you. Said, Zan, have you thought about running your own SMP with fans? Running it with fans probably wouldn't be great if I wanted to get other content creators on board. I mean, that could work. Like, I stream on the server. I mean, I'm going to do that basically for the 12 Days of Christmas event. But if I was going to, like, host an SMP, I'd almost want it to be, like, a creator SMP that's, like, politics creators. And I wonder if it would be funny to not even just make it only lefties, right? Like, if I allowed conservatives to join as long as they followed the rules. That could be interesting if it was just the official politics SMP. Like, no discrimination. If you broke rules of the server... Obviously, hate speech and stuff not allowed, then you get banned, but besides that, you'd be welcome. You just have to get whitelisted. That could be interesting. That could be cool. I don't know. I'm wondering if that would be neat to host. I'm wondering now if I should do that. Real, Alexia. Anyway, Circuit Dog, I appreciate the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. Thank you very, very much. And as always, thank you for your support. Or sorry, not Circuit Dog, Alexia. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Circuit Dog, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. It says, IDK if my humor is just broken, but this is the funniest shit ever to me. And then you sent a link. Let's see this. I love this channel so much. I love this video and this channel. It's so fucking good. Oh, yes. Dude, this guy goes fucking hard. Hold on, let me pause the music. I love this channel. Hold on, how do I raise the volume? Here we go.
Hey, Mom, I found this Martian in a crashed UFO outside Dairy Queen and fed him 16 peanut buster parfaits. Michael Fitzsimmons, you spoiled this poor creature's appetite. Aw, come on, Ma, I couldn't help it. He loves them.
I spent the last 2 hours working on this pot roast, so you boys better finish your plates.
My pot roast!
Dairy Queen.
Dairy Queen. That's it! I'm calling NASA!
Aw, come on, Ma. They're gonna put him in a big jar. Hello, NASA? A little green man just vaporized my pot roast.
Dairy Queen.
If you had a neck, I would strangle you! Aw, come on, Ma. They put him in a big jar. Hey, Mom,
God. Oh, God. I fucking love that video so much. And that channel. That channel's peak. Alright, everybody. Alright, everybody. With all that said, I think that's where we gotta wrap up for the day, because my PCs and my internet, whatever it may be, is making the stream shit itself. So, with all that said, I really appreciate your support today. I'm gonna update the dono goal really fast, just as I wrap up, so you guys can see all your amazing generosity reflected in the bar on the bottom of the screen. Thank you for your support today. You guys have been very generous. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot, and it helps a lot. Thank you. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I will not be streaming tomorrow as it's my scheduled day off, but the day after that and the day after that I will be streaming, so I do hope to see you there. I've got some good segments lined up already that I'm planning to cover then, and I'm sure there'll be news in the coming days that will, be added to that lineup, right? But of course, if you have anything you want to recommend to me, I recommend you go into my Discord server, and under announcements you go to the stream suggestions area and drop anything you want me to cover there, because I peruse that before every stream looking for anything cool, any crazy news, any cool videos I should react to or respond to, and yeah, there's a good chance if you recommend something and it's cool, then I'll end up covering it. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. I hope to see you again the day after tomorrow. Doo-doo fart.